Time is 12:34 p.m.
Wait, hold on.
Statement one of this
Yeah, but I
session.
need to
Videotape deposition.
Or don't start with this. I'll find out what copies are. Ask for 4 copies.
Okay. Let's mark as Exhibit 1 this document entitled Broadband E-Battle
Hey, Jeremy.
from the Deutsche Bank.
Is Josh there? Okay. He was supposed to give me 3 copies of the Geld King 7. Actually, no, he's got to find the original one. Not make copies of the warning that's in the file because it's got my handwriting. Actually, no, it should be okay. Make sure that my handwriting is not on it. And if it isn't, no, it is.
Mr. Schumann, you made an affidavit in this case on January 19th, 2000. Do you remember that?
Yes, the first affidavit.
Are you testifying in this trial?
I believe I am,
And when have you been told you'll be testifying?
if at all. I believe...
Excuse me, were you told you're going to be testifying if at all, or that you are going to be testifying?
That wasn't the question.
Mr. Schumann, let me ask the question again.
Okay.
Have you been told that you're going to be testifying in this trial? Do you understand the question?
I understand the question.
Have you been told you're going to be testifying in this trial?
I have been told it is possible that I may be testifying in this trial.
And who told you that it is possible that you may be testifying in this trial?
I believe it was Bill Hart.
And did he discuss with you what it meant with respect to whether it was possible or not? Does that depend on your schedule?
Sorry, objection to the form. You can answer. Okay. We had no discussions beyond that he told me that it was possible I would be testifying.
Did he tell you who else would be testifying on behalf of the plaintiffs in this trial?
Objection to the form. He did not.
You have a continuing objection to the form as to every question that I ask. Can we do that so we can get the deposition
I don't
done?
think that makes much sense. Well, let's keep going. I don't think I'm going to object to every question.
Freda says it's important. I'm sorry, guys.
Hello?
Go off
Time
the
is
record.
12:36 p.m. and I'm going off the record. On the record.
Go ahead, sir.
Do you have the question, Amar?
No, can you reset the question, please?
Question, did he tell you who else would be testifying on behalf of the plaintiffs in this trial?
He did not.
Did you have any meeting with any individuals prior to today who were potential witnesses for this trial?
I did not.
Do you have any idea who the other plaintiffs' witnesses are for this trial?
I have no knowledge one way or the other.
By the way, who helped you prepare your first affidavit?
Objection to the form.
Do you understand the question?
Yes.
Did anybody work with you preparing this affidavit?
I worked with members of the Proskauer Rose law firm.
Which law firm?
Proskauer Rose law firm.
Which lawyer?
Primarily Bill Hart.
Now, tell me how this affidavit was made. Did you speak to him? Did he type up a copy? Did you type up a copy?
Objection to the form.
Do you understand the question?
Mr. Well, you don't.
Can we move ahead and assume that you have, we've done that in other depositions, that the lawyer has a continuing objection to form. It's been the practice in other depositions prior to your coming here. Can we agree to that?
No, we can't.
Thank you.
I've never
I'll ask the witness questions.
Wait. Mr. Gravis, I don't mind your standing up if that's what makes you comfortable. I'm not sure that that's your practice, but I think that the tone of voice needs to be a little bit lower. We have the camera here. I don't think it's fair. I mean, you may be comfortable speaking in this volume, but I think that we need to treat the witness with a little more respect.
What was the last question? Can we go through the last question?
Question, do you understand? Question, now tell me how this affidavit was made. Did you speak to him? Did he type up a copy? Did you type up a copy, Mr. Rivas? Objection to form. Question, do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question.
Tell me how the affidavit was made. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just
Am I
fine.
shouting at you?
Not at the moment. No.
Thank you. Tell me how the affidavit was made.
The I believe we discussed this in the first go-around on this matter. The affidavit was made through initially a telephone conversation between myself and Bill Hart, and there may have been other lawyers in line, but I think it was primarily myself and Bill, where we went through essentially the series of questions and answers about this case, and in particular about the issues that some of which were eventually addressed in the affidavit.
Who drafted the affidavit for the first time? You or they?
Bill Hart put together wrote some text from the results of that telephone conversation.
Did you ever write a draft of any material that you ever sent to him?
Objection to the form.
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question.
Thank you. Will you please answer it?
Yes, I certainly drafted portions and
Schumann,
reviewed.
anytime I ask you a question that you don't understand or that you're confused about or that you're not clear about, will you please tell me?
Absolutely.
And I will rephrase it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Continue your answer.
Do you remember the question?
Yes, I drafted some of the text I personally drafted some of the text and reviewed and edited all of the text.
And where are those drafts of the text?
They no longer exist.
Are they on your email?
They are not.
Were they done on your computer?
Some of them were done on my computer, yes.
Have they been erased?
They were erased, and as I believe, unfortunately, as you've been notified, the computer that I would have done that work on was stolen.
No, I was not notified. When was it stolen? When was your computer stolen, Mr. Schumann?
Well, Mr. Garbus, please. You were doing well from over there, but the tone of voice is going up again.
My computer was, unfortunately, that computer was stolen, I guess it must have been 3 weeks ago now, at a conference I spoke at in California.
Prior to the time that the computer was stolen, did you ever download any of this information for the attorneys in this case, namely the drafts of the affidavits?
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
With respect to the drafts of the affidavits or any information that you wrote, had you ever furnished that to the plaintiff's attorneys?
I'm sure I would have sent drafts of my text to them, yes.
May I have it produced? It has not been produced thus far.
You're asking that question of me or of the witness?
I'll ask it of either of you, whoever can answer it.
I will take it under advisement. I don't know whether we have such drafts, but
When did you send them these drafts?
I would have sent them the drafts around the period of the creation of the affidavit.
How many drafts did the affidavit go through?
How many edits?
Drafts.
Mr. Garbus, even from there, that was pretty loud.
I guess I don't. What exactly do you mean by drafts?
You know what the word draft means?
I can think of several ways I might define it, and I'd like to make sure I answer your question. If you could help me.
How would you define draft?
I guess I would tend to define draft as essentially a complete and final form, or a full document, if you would.
How many full documents were there made?
Of this affidavit?
Yes.
Of that affidavit, I don't recall exactly, perhaps 3 or 4.
And when you say there were 3 or 4 full drafts, those are each 10 or 11 pages?
If that's the length, it would have been of that same basic order of magnitude, yes.
And all these drafts, to your knowledge, are in the possession of the Proskauer law firm?
Objection to the form of the question. It misstates his testimony.
I have no knowledge of what they do or do not possess.
You previously testified that information was given to you by the MPAA concerning some livid postings. Just for the record, we have been told that those documents bear numbers SCH-00001 to SCH-0001091. Do you recall receiving from the MPA these kinds of documents?
Don't answer the question. Look at the documents. And if you understand the question, then you can answer. Take as much time as you need.
Mark the whole package as Exhibit 2.
Including the loose page. Yeah.
What's that 2 and 9?
On a very quick look through, these look like the types of documents that I would have had without looking in exact detail. Of course, I can't be sure there aren't other documents in here, but
Who decided which of those documents would then go behind your affidavit?
we did. I did. I and my partner did.
In other words, the selection about what documents to put behind the affidavit were yours and not Proskauer's.
That's correct.
And what was the basis of your selectivity with respect to which documents should go behind the affidavit and which should not?
I'm sorry, the affidavit, and we haven't marked it, but I'm assuming you're continuing to refer to the January affidavit? It might help, thank you.
Might have, probably won't. Go ahead.
Yes. The affidavits were, or the affidavits, excuse me, I guess the exhibits, as, correct me if my terminology is wrong, but the exhibits were selected to be highlighted or exemplary examples of some of the issues discussed in the text. They were certainly never intended, and I don't believe represented, as being all or a definitive set of such documents.
Did you ever discuss with your lawyer annexing your report as part of your affidavit?
I've checked the form of the question.
There was no discussion of the report, no.
Did you ever suggest that the report be included in the affidavit?
I did not.
Did Proskauer ever suggest that the report be included in the affidavit?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why that report was never included in the affidavit?
I do not.
Would it be that the affidavit and the report contradict each other?
Objection to the form of the question.
Did anybody discuss that with you?
What's your question?
Did anybody ever tell you that the allegations in your affidavit are contradicted by information in your report dated December 23rd, 1999?
You're referring, again, Mr. Evans, this is an unmarked exhibit, but I assume you're referring to this SINEA report?
We'll mark this exhibit.
No, Mark. Not that one.
4.
Okay. And Mr. Garbus, Exhibit 4 is the report you've been referring to in your last few questions?
Yes.
All right. And you understood that?
So, yes. And so your question was, has anyone ever told me that
Right.
they are contradictory?
Right.
No.
Did you read that report before you came here to testify today?
I reviewed it very cursorily.
And did you prepare a report prior to this report, an interim report?
I did, for the MPA.
And how many pages was the interim report?
It was very short, 2 or 3 pages, I
Do
believe.
you have any reason why that report is being withheld from us?
I have no knowledge.
Is there anything in the report that is in any way different from this larger report?
Not in any substantive manner that I understand.
Let's go off the record for a second. You're saying that the shorter report was not produced?
That's my understanding.
Is it? All right, well, let's... All right, I want to check on that, because that doesn't jive with what I understand. All right.
What happened?
Yeah, maybe before off the record,
The time is 12:48 p.m.
What happened is that you guys withheld all of these reports.
Yeah, that I knew.
The time is 12:49 p.m. and we're back on the record.
What's the last question and answer?
Do you want to tell them?
What's the last question?
Question, is there anything in the report that is in any way different from this larger report? Answer, not in any dashes, not in any substantive manner that I understand.
Okay, what happened, Michael, just so you know, is
Thank
that on Saturday there was a deposition of Brad Hunt. During the course of that deposition, Mr. Hunt was shown a copy of this report. Mr. Sims,
report being Exhibit 4.
this is the December 20 Linux CSS development analysis.
Okay, thanks.
The report of Robert Schumann. of Cinia LLC, and it's Exhibit 4, I believe, the continuation of the deposition. Mr. Sims said, wait a second, that's privilege, you're not supposed to have it, that was one of the 10%, one of the documents we're sending to the judge instead of producing to you under stipulation. Subsequently, Mr. Sims decided that, in fact, you would withdraw the attorney-client designation and turn the report over. We actually did not get anything except a letter saying that he was going to do that.
Oh, I see. So you're saying you haven't received it?
We haven't received anything.
All right.
We did not receive any of the Schumann stuff. I understand there's a letter or one or more than one letter. I understand there's an interim report. And there's this final report. The only thing that we have is the final report that apparently slipped through, that was produced to us inadvertently.
Right. Well, with that, I'll have to take your representation on that because I wasn't there. Mr. Garbus has just stepped out of the room, so I'll talk to you, Mr. Hernstein. Oh, no, he's back. If you'd like, since this seems to be an area of some inquiry, I'd be happy to call over to Mr. Sims and find out what the story is, because this
perhaps you can send it over after the lunch break or after the break.
Well, it's up to you. I'm just trying to make it.
Deposition.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, as soon as we have a break, if you could call and send it over.
That's fine.
Now, did you at the time that you made this report, by the way, who is Dara McGreevy?
I'm sorry, where are you referencing?
Look at the report. Who are these people? The first person I know is, who is. The second person, Mark Litvak, I know. Who is Lori Donahue and who is Dara McGreevy?
Oh, are you asking this question of me?
Yes.
I have no knowledge who they are.
Have you ever seen any documents in response to this report or commenting on the report?
I have not.
Have you seen any studies done by the MPA concerning the potential use of DeCSS to either copy DVDs or to be used on other machines for the year, let's say, December 2000?
I have not.
Have you ever seen, just to make it short, any reports prepared by the MPA, the motion picture studios, or any third parties concerning the use of DeCSS, how much it would be used, where it would be used, at any time for the next 10 years?
I think, as I mentioned in our last deposition, I have never seen any such documentation or had any such knowledge from the MPA.
To your knowledge, has anybody been asked to prepare such a report for this trial?
I have no knowledge.
Have you been asked to prepare any further documents for this trial?
In relation to what?
Your testimony.
I have certainly prepared 2 additional affidavits for this trial.
When you say 2 additional affidavits?
After the original.
Excuse me, there's 2 affidavits? Yeah, 2. Now, who asked you to prepare the second affidavit?
Can we, just to make it easier, can we at least show it to the witness and perhaps mark it?
It would have been Bill Hart.
And how many drafts of that affidavit were made?
I don't recall exactly, 3 or 4.
Do you have copies of those drafts?
I do not.
Are they on your machine?
Portions of them would have been on that same PC.
You had no copies of them at home for documents?
For this, no, not for this one.
Do you have any file at home relating to your litigation in this case? Litigation or any testimony of yours in this case?
On the last affidavit, I believe there is some information perhaps on a diskette.
And where is that diskette?
It would be in my office or potentially my home.
Were you told to produce that today?
I was not, no.
Have you seen the production document required that was served with your notice of deposition asking you to produce certain material?
Object to the form of the question.
Mr. Schumann?
I I recall having conversations. I don't recall.
Did
if I
anybody
saw-
tell you to produce that diskette?
Not that diskette per se, no.
What's on the diskette?
What would be on the diskette is portions of drafted language.
How long will it take you to get us that diskette?
I imagine I could get it when I get back to the office in an expeditious manner.
Where's your office?
Herndon, Virginia.
Can you have it FedEx to us today so that we can have it tomorrow morning?
Well, it's not going to, I think of the more appropriate question is, could you FedEx it to Proskauer today? Because it's not going to go directly to you, Mr. Garbus, but
My question was, since we asked for its production, will you FedEx it to us?
the answer is no.
When will you FedEx it, Mr. Proskauer, to us?
My name's not Proskauer.
What is your name?
I think I told you at the beginning of deposition,
What
it's
is it?
Mervis. Just
Mervis.
like
Mervis.
Mr. Garbus did you the courtesy of remembering your name. So let's try to see if you can remember mine.
Mervis, when will we get it?
Mr. Mervis.
Mr. Mervis, when will we get it?
I don't know. We're going to have to look at it first, and then we'll decide whether it's producible.
When will you look at it, and when will you produce it?
I've already answered your second question, and I'm going to answer your first, and I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. The first is, it sounds to me like, at least from the witness's description, that the disk might contain material that you might be entitled to. So if we get it tomorrow, we'll look at it tomorrow.
What else is on the disk beside the documents that are relating to this case? Is there any personal information on the disk?
I don't know offhand. I would have to look.
Now, other than the disk, are there any other pieces of paper in your office in Virginia that relate to this case, or any drafts of affidavits in this case?
In my office?
Yes.
I don't believe so, no.
Prior to the time you filed your first affidavit, did anyone ask you to check out to see how long it took to download a DVD?
Check the form of the question.
I guess I need some clarification of the question.
Do you understand the question?
I don't understand which affidavit, the time frames.
Your first affidavit is dated January 19th, 2000. Prior to the time that you prepared that affidavit, did anybody ask you to see how long it takes to download a DVD through a de-encrypted DeCSS formula?
I'm sorry, the last word of that was what?
Through a de-encrypted DeCSS formula.
Formula? Okay, I object to the form of the question. You
You understand the question?
Not completely, but I didn't quite understand some of the later language, but the result is no.
You understand the question enough to answer it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, other than the experiment that you performed in your last affidavit concerning the downloading of a DVD after having the DVD de-encrypted through DeCSS, have you performed any other experiments with respect to downloading DVDs?
Well, I object to the form of the question. You can answer it if you understand.
Mr. Schumann, do you understand it?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Why don't we have it read back?
Question, other than the experiment that you performed in your last affidavit concerning the downloading of a DVD after having DVD encrypted through DeCSS, have you performed any other experiments with respect to downloading DVDs?
I don't believe I ever did an experiment to download DVDs.
Did you ever use DeCSS other than in the one experiment that you referred to in your third affidavit?
I'm sorry, have we shown him his third? This is the second affidavit that
We
we've
have
shown.
not shown him the third.
Okay, well, obviously, if you have a memory of it, you can certainly answer. If you need to see it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that full question, please?
Just read it back.
Read it back. I'm not for Mr. Garbus, I'm sorry.
Question, did you ever use DeCSS other than in the one experiment that you referred to in your third affidavit?
In relationship to this case?
Yes.
No.
Can you tell us at all
Yes.
When was that?
It was for a different client.
Which client?
Well, wait a minute. Before we get into that, I'm going to have to confer with them because it could involve privilege and work product. I guess you can tell. Well, no, I need to confer with you. So
If you want to make the name of the client confidential.
I can't even do that because I got to know what it is first. Because it could well.
Mr. Nervous, is it a client in any way related to any of the plaintiffs?
Well, first of all, he's Mr. Schumann, and you can answer that question.
No.
Is it related to a movie studio?
Actually, I should rephrase my answer. It was not a client. It was a different project. Excuse me.
Which project?
Well, no. I'd have to confer with him on that. Okay. Let's.
You're not taking a break? That's not a big deal. Can't you have a conversation without breaking?
Yeah, but I want.
Can I do the last question?
The time is 1:03 p.m. We're back on the record.
Can I do the last question?
Question, is it related to a movie studio? Answer, actually, I should rephrase my answer. It wasn't a client, it was a project. Question, which project?
How much money have you received thus far?
Mr. Garbus, wait. Let me just say something real quick. Because in consulting with Mr. Schumann, we both agreed that he omitted information from an earlier answer that I would assume you'd want to hear. So you can leave for later. It was in response to your question as to whether he's used DeCSS since the time of his third affidavit. He told you no, and in fact the answer is yes. Whether you want to hear that now or later is up to you.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Mervis at the break?
I did.
And what did you say and what did he say?
Well, wait, but you can answer that except to the extent that we discussed issues of whether or not something's privileged.
Yes, correct. Okay.
I object to your interpretation.
That's fine, but that's my instruction, so please go ahead.
Go ahead.
We discussed two issues.
Go ahead.
We discussed in what circumstances I had used DeCSS outside this case. And Mr. Mervis also correctly pointed out to me that I had used, that I had perhaps misunderstood your question, which I did, relative to my use of DeCSS, and he pointed out to me that I had, in fact, which I have used DeCSS, and I'd be happy to discuss my use of that in relationship to the case.
Before we get to that, how much money have you received from the plaintiff or their attorneys thus far?
The plaintiff, you mean the MPAA?
Whoever's paying you.
I don't know exactly how much.
Have you submitted bills?
Yes, I have.
How many bills have you submitted?
I don't know, probably 5 or 6.
Can you tell us the total number of those amount set forth in those bills?
I can tell you roughly what that is now, and I can, I'm sure, produce actual invoices.
I asked you to produce the invoices.
I'll take it under advisement.
Did you keep timesheets of your work?
I did.
Are you being billed? Are you billing them on an hourly basis?
I am.
I asked you to produce the timesheets.
Take it under advisement.
What is the total amount of money that you billed now for?
I would estimate it at around $50,000 to $60,000.
Congratulations.
Objection. Come on, Mr. Go.
And with respect to the future, how much more money do you expect to get from them?
Objection. You can answer the question if you have any idea.
I have no estimate as to how much of my time will be needed by the plaintiffs.
What is your hourly rate?
For what?
As we discussed earlier, my hourly rate for this case is $325 per hour.
Now, other than you, is there anybody at your firm who is billing them for work?
Not other than a small amount of work with my partner relative to the first affidavit, no.
And is your work for the MPA solely limited to this case, or you were involved with them in other matters as well?
As we covered in my earlier deposition, the only work I have done for the MPA is related to this case.
That was at that time. So your answer is, it's the same answer today as it was then?
Yes, it is.
It's not that you were asked last time about what you were doing today, was it?
No. Don't answer that question. Come on, Mr. Garbus. Let's try to get to information.
To the plaintiffs, the movie studios, have you ever worked for any of them?
Again, and I'm not trying to be evasive here, my answer will be the
Don't try to
same.
be evasive.
Well,
My answer
let
will
him
be-
let him finish his answer, please. Go ahead.
My answer will be the same as it was in the last deposition, that I have done no direct work for any of the plaintiffs, either then nor now.
Thank you. And is there any future work contemplated by you or they in any future litigation?
They being the plaintiffs, the studios?
Yes.
No,
Are you in any way involved in the Napster case?
I am not.
Has anyone from the
Not
reporting
in any, excuse me, not in any Napster litigation, no, not at all.
Are you involved in any way, in any aspect of the whole question of downloading or illegal copying of audio material?
Object to the form of the question. You can answer.
No.
How much did you make last year testifying or doing work for lawyers in cases,
Other than my...
including this?
case?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute. There was. Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
Could you please further differentiate, if appropriate, between the MPA versus this? I guess I don't understand the distinction there, and if you could
How
clarify.
much money did you make in the year 1999 from the MPAA, any movie studios, or any third party that retained you for the purposes of either preparing information for litigation, having you testify for litigation, or having your colleague testify for litigation?
I think maybe like $15,000.
And how much thus far this year?
Again, I would have to look at the details, but probably 45 or something. Again, these numbers off the top of my head.
It's a new business for you?
No, it's not my core business.
Now, do your timesheets reflect what you did on a particular hour and a particular date?
They reflect very roughly what the time was used for. Their handwritten notes.
And will they, by the way, have you seen any of the affidavits in this case that comment on the DeCSS study that you did and referred to in your affidavit concerning the amount of time that it takes to download a DVD through DeCSS?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Have you seen any of the affidavits in this case submitted by the defendants that have commented or analyzed the study that you made and you set forth in your third affidavit concerning the amount of time that it took you to download a DVD through the use of DeCSS?
I object to the form of the question. You can answer.
You are referring to replies to my third affidavit?
Yes.
I don't believe I did, but it's possible.
When would you have seen it if you saw it?
In whatever the period it is from when I provided that information to, I know I haven't done it in the last week.
Who showed it to you?
It would have been provided to me by the Proskauer firm, likely Bill Hart.
Were you asked to comment or prepare any notes with respect to the comments made by defendants' witnesses of your study?
I was asked, I know that I was verbally asked, which is why I don't know if I saw any documents
Do
related
you know if
to it.
anybody prepared?
Have you finished your question?
Yeah, no, I haven't finished my answer.
Please, let him finish.
And it was a brief discussion of I guess some of the issues related to the timings in my last affidavit.
And who did you have that conversation with?
Bill Hart,
Where was that conversation?
over the telephone.
How long ago?
This would have been, I think, 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks ago. I doubt it was that long, 3 weeks probably.
Did he actually show you the affidavits?
Again, I don't believe I saw them, but I can't guarantee that right now.
Did he tell you what was in the affidavits?
He certainly told me portions of what was in the affidavits.
Did you learn at some point in time that the plaintiffs had retained a Mr. Shamos to perform tests because your tests were found to be inadequate?
Object to the form of the question.
No.
Were you ever told about the retention of Mr. Shamos?
No,
Have you ever heard that name before today?
I have not.
Do you know whether or not the plaintiffs have retained any other expert to perform the same tests that you performed?
I object to the form of the question. I keep referring to tests, and I assume you're talking about something that he said in his third affidavit, which, for whatever reason, you hadn't shown him. Is that right?
Go ahead, Mr. Schumann.
You understand it, Ro?
It is my understanding that the plaintiffs had looked for other, other experts who are not better qualified, but other experts also who can testify to the downloading or the networking area.
Who told you that they were looking for experts better qualified than you?
No one, because that's not what he said.
Did anybody tell you that they were looking for experts better qualified than you?
No.
Did anybody tell you why Mr. Shamos was being hired?
Object to the form of the
Or
question.
any other expert was being hired?
I
Go into the question of downloading DVDs through the use of DeCSS.
I object to the form of the question.
have no knowledge.
Did you understand the question?
It was a question about why the law firm did something, and I have no knowledge about why the law firm decides to do things.
Do you have any idea why they did?
I just said object to the form of the question. You can answer.
I can imagine, but
What do you imagine?
Well, it calls for speculation. If you feel, I assume you don't
Right.
want him to speculate, but
I'm happy to have him speculate.
you are.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, being asked to
An expert
speculate.
witness?
I mean,
That doesn't allow him to
if you'd like me to speculate, I'll be happy to speculate that there are many other people who can also competently testify about what the capabilities of network systems are, and I could see why the plaintiffs would want to have potentially additional witnesses available for that
Now,
purpose.
when you and Mr. Hart discussed the comments that had been made by defendants, witnesses, concerning what you had done with the downloading, whether you call it a test or mere downloading, what did Mr. Hart say and what did you say?
I'm sorry, could you
Tell me the conversation you had with Mr. Hart.
Wait.
could I
Stop.
clarify some
Let-
language?
Mr. Garbus, earlier in the deposition, you asked him to tell you when he didn't understand the question. He was, I think, trying to tell you that, and you cut him off. So could you please let
Did
him
you not
finish?
understand the question?
That's correct.
Thank
The
you.
conversation that you had with Mr. Hart after you were told that defendants submitted affidavits attacking or questioning your third affidavit.
I'm sorry, can you read that back?
Question, tell me the conversation that you had with Mr. Hart after you were told that defendants submitted affidavits attacking or questioning your third affidavit.
Okay, you can answer.
Again, I don't recall the exact words, but the essence of the discussion was around timing information, if you will, that was in my affidavit, and that timing information was theoretical and was not the result of experiments, and I don't believe the affidavit implied that, and if it did, it was certainly not to the intent. And
Will you please tell me the conversation you had with Mr. Hart?
I thought he just did.
can you tell me which part of it you'd like more
Was that the
clarification on?
entire conversation?
We discussed the timing questions. I believe Mr. Hart may have asked me what the basis of those timings were. I explained the basis of those timings.
Explain it to me.
The timings in my affidavit are based on the same type of math we went through in the previous deposition, which is a theoretical maximum capability of the networking technologies that were discussed in the affidavit.
So it's fair to say that you did nothing physical with respect to that test or experiment other than do numbers. You didn't try and download a DVD. You didn't try and use DeCSS. You just came up with numbers and a theoretical reality. Is that right?
That's not what I said.
Tell me what you said if I misunderstood you.
What I said was that the timing portion and the discussion of download times was theoretical and was not based on experiment. So the networking portion, if you will, of the affidavit was theoretical.
What was based on experiment?
The portion of the affidavit, I'd have to look at it in detail, but
That would be helpful, actually.
essentially the portion of the affidavit that deals with DeCSSing a movie, putting it on a hard drive, watching it with the viewers was not theoretical, but was actual experiment.
Which movie did you say?
Well, come on. It's not a memory test. Just
Hey,
show
you can
me
look at
it.
it. Said, I believe it was You've Got Mail.
Was that on your download? Was that on your machine, by the way, your computer?
On which computer?
The one that you lost?
No, it was not.
Where is that?
That computer is in my office.
Will you produce that?
The computer?
The hard drive or any information on it that indicates anything about the experimentation that you just say you performed?
I'd be happy to make that computer available for someone who wants to look at it.
When?
Well, he's not. I mean, again, it's the same problem. He's not going to make. Because he's working for us, if he's going to make it available to anybody, he's going to make it available to us, and then if we deem it to be responsive and properly producible, we'll produce it to you. I suppose the when question is fair. When can you make it available to us?
From my side, the same timeline as the other. There's no one in Virginia now who I can have, excuse me, send it, because there's no one in the office today, so I will have to get there myself, which I won't do till this evening.
So you can FedEx it tomorrow morning to Proskauer.
Theoretically, absolutely.
So Proskauer would have it by Thursday.
If that's what happens, sure.
Is that right?
It's possible, yes.
So you can FedEx all of the information we've requested to Proskauer by Thursday. And all the other information we will be requesting.
Well, I don't know how he can answer the second part of that question, but he can't.
So far, there is no reason why I couldn't do that, yes. That I am aware of.
And Mr. Mervis, you will advise us Thursday morning, if you would, whether or not you've gotten it and when you expect to give it to us. Do you know that that information was called for in the original document request served upon you in early March of this year?
I'm sorry, what information?
Any and all information on a continuing nature that relates to this case in any way. Did you know that?
Again, I don't recall if I saw the text of an exact or request or anything like that. I mean, I work primarily verbally through the Proskauer firm.
Did Proskauer ever send you in May the request for information that we had made of you prior to your testimony? Did you ever see that document?
Assuming there is such a document.
I tell you there is such a document.
I believe it exists. It is possible it was sent to me. I do not
How do you know
recall.
that it exists?
I'm
Mr.
taking your
Mervis apparently doesn't know.
I'm taking your word for it that you created such a document and forwarded it to Proskauer, and I know that I had discussions with the people within the Proskauer firm related to the delivery, I guess, or whatever, of documents relative, and this is the result of that request, and
This being Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, and I guess I turned over a set of information to Proskauer.
When did you turn over that information to Proskauer, and what information did you turn over to Proskauer?
I turned over all of my information related to my work with the MPAA that I did, including the reports and the interim report that has been discussed here. And this, I don't believe there were any handwritten notes, because I tend to clean that up after I'm done with my work. And then I assumed that Proskauer had all the other discussions I had with them.
Now answer my question. When did you turn it over to Proskauer?
It being what?
The documents you've just referred to.
They would have been sent 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, something like that. I would have to look.
When did Proskauer first ask you for those documents?
They asked me 4 or 5 days before I was able to produce them.
Were you asked to produce them prior to the date your first deposition started?
If you even have that in mind.
Was I able or asked to produce them?
Asked to.
No.
So the first time they asked you to produce any documents was after your first deposition was concluded.
That's correct.
How long after your first deposition was concluded were you asked to produce documents?
I would have to look at the timelines. It was, I believe, several weeks.
How would you learn what those timelines were?
I would have to look in my notes of my conversations with the Proskauer people.
And do you have those notes with you here today?
Yes, I do.
May I see them?
No, actually, you can't yet, Mr. Garbus, because the notes, well, if you give him a few minutes, he could probably find that particular note or note. But
I'm asking for all the notes, and then we'll go to that particular note.
Well, the problem is that there, as I understand it, his yellow pad contains notes not only about this case, but about another unrelated retention from Proskauer, which obviously you can't see. So we would need to take some time to go through it and figure out what's what, and then you could see all the notes that do relate to this case.
What is this other retention from Proskauer?
Well, you can, what is the other retention? You can tell him in very general terms. No, you know what? You can't even do that. Don't answer the question. It's got nothing to do with this.
What does it relate to?
Objection. Don't answer the question.
Okay.
When were you retained by Proskauer in Southern Mass?
You can answer that question.
It would have, I believe it was early March.
And does that involve any legal proceeding?
Objection. Don't answer the question.
What is your hourly rate?
Don't answer that question. It's just don't answer the question.
You've told us that you expect to make, thus far, you've billed, I think, $50,000 with respect to this case. Can you tell me what your gross earnings were in the year 1999?
You're talking about his company or personal?
Either one.
If you know.
From what, any particular sources you care about, or?
Total.
I have to look at my W-2, but it was probably in the order of 120, 130,000.
That's for you individually.
That's correct.
And for your company?
For my company, about 15,000.
And the money for your testimony here goes to you or to your company?
To my company.
So that last year you made $120,000.
Can I clarify that? That was as in, okay.
In this case alone, you're going to make $50,000, and that is being paid, and that is for work you did over a what? 5-month period?
Well, this is check the form of the question. If you understand it, you can answer.
I guess I don't understand the relationship between the two figures.
Is it fair to say that at this point more than half your income is coming from the Proskauer law firm or the MPAA?
Who is the you that you're talking about?
Do you have any doubt about who I'm talking about, Mr. Schumann?
Actually, right now I do, yes.
I have.
You, Mr. Schumann.
Mr. Garbus, please keep your voice down.
My personal income?
Yes.
You're asking him whether you're asking about whether his personal income comes from Proskauer or from the MPAA?
My personal income comes from a salary paid by my company, or by Cinia, to me.
Is half of your company's income for this year anticipated to be coming from Proskauer or the MPAA for the testimony or for the work that you're doing in this litigation?
Object to the form of the question.
This year?
Yes.
No.
How much? Can you give me your best estimate? Would be the percentage of your firm's income or your income that will be coming from Proskauer, the MPAA, or any of the movie studios.
I object to the form of the question.
At this point, my guess would be maybe 25%.
Can you give me, putting aside this point, can you give me a projection for the end of the year?
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. My projection at this point for the end of the year would be perhaps 25%.
Of the $50,000 roughly billed, how much have you received?
Me personally?
You or the firm?
I don't know, we've received, I don't know, maybe 80%. Again, I'd have to look exactly. I know we have
approximately 40,000.
We have outstanding invoices and we have unbilled work.
At the present time,
Yes.
for the year 19-2000, is more than half the cash that you or your firm received coming as a result of your involvement with Proskauer, the MPAA, or any movie studios?
Can you read that back?
The question for 19-2000 is more than half the cash that you and your firm received coming from a result of your involvement with Proskauer, the MPAA, or any of the movie studios.
Okay, I object to the form of the question. You can answer.
I would think that's probably accurate.
How about 2/3?
No, I don't
More
believe.
accurate?
No, I don't believe so. But we have some outstanding invoices that might affect that.
How much is outstanding?
I think I have $20,000 or $30,000 in outstanding invoices at this point across my clients.
So that
No, he just said across his clients. I was
Across
commenting
my
commenting on Mr. Hernstadt's gesture, not on anything that you said, Mr. Carnes.
Across my clients, not to.
what does across my clients mean?
Ask him. I understood it.
Across all of my clients. I have a client base, and across those clients, I have somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 in outstanding invoices.
And how much of that is the MPAA, any of the plaintiff studios,
I
or
believe
this new project that you're doing with Proskauer?
I believe right now I have, I don't know, $12,000 in outstanding invoices to the MPA.
So is it
Something
fair
like
to
that.
say that for the first 6 months of this year,
To Proskauer.
both at least half your income and half the outstanding invoices come from either the MPAA, Proskauer, or the 9 movie studios?
For Cinia, yes, that is accurate.
And for Robert Schumann?
My pay has no relationship to the actual work performed. It's a salary. It's not. I'm not paid based on the work I do.
Does the payment that you receive have anything to do with the amount of money that Cinia receives?
No, it is in no way tied, other than if there's enough money to pay me.
So the more money that Cinia makes, the more money that Schumann makes.
That is not correct.
Explain that to me.
My salary and the payouts of the firm, to me, are not related directly. I am not compensated by the hour for my hours worked on particular projects as an individual.
Who owns Cinia?
I own portions of it, and there are 3 other owners.
What portion of it do you own?
I currently own 86%.
I see. So you own 86% of the company. By the way, who sets your salary?
I and my other partner set my salary.
Is there a partnership agreement?
There's a verbal partnership agreement.
And under the terms of the verbal partnership agreement,
Excuse me, let me clarify. We are not a partnership. We are an LLC, and there's a verbal LLC agreement.
Mr. Schumann, let me cut to the chase. As the 86% owner of Cinia,
Yes.
don't you play a substantial role in determining what your income shall be?
His personal salary.
His personal salary.
Absolutely, yes.
In other words, you decide what it is in consultation with your other partners.
That's correct.
So the money that comes into Cinia from the movie studio, you're the one who decides whether you get 1%, 2%, or all of it, depending on how the salary is paid by your corporation. Is that right?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
I guess the answer is theoretically that is true, but the current structure of how I and the other employees are paid is on a straight salary basis, not tied to work performed.
Does anyone else bring, by the way, do people in your firm get credit for origination who brings in the business?
They do not.
Who was the contact in this case with Proskauer, the MPA? Which individual?
I was.
Now, let me.
Well, I'm sorry, did you have something to add? Or?
Perhaps I can help clarify.
Well, you can help me in one way by giving me copies of all of the documents that we have been referring to, namely, all of the bills and invoices that relate
Well, you've already asked
to
for
the
them.
end. Can I finish it?
Sure. But is it? I'm sorry. Yeah, you go ahead. Finish.
That relate to the MPAA and the other 9 plaintiffs, and any documents of your firm that indicate how salary is to be paid, and any documents at your firm that indicate what other outstanding receivables there are and how much money has been received from other sources.
Is that a
Will your
question?
firm-
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr.
Mervis.
Mervis, do you intend to allow me to finish? Will you produce those documents,
Don't answer.
Mr. Schumann?
Don't answer. We'll take it under advisement.
And when will you get back to me on that?
Well, Mr. Garbus, on Mr.
Scheduled for July 17th.
Yeah, I heard that somewhere. Mr. Garbus, I think I've already answered on the first category you've talked about, which is if we'll try to get back to you Thursday morning. The second and third categories, I'm not sure I'm ever going to get back to you, but we'll see. I would suggest you at least put those. Strike me as rather extraordinary requests, and perhaps they should be put in a letter. We'll see.
Do you understand, Mr. Mervis, that Mr. Goldstein was asked to produce his income tax returns?
I had heard that. Yeah.
Can I see your income tax returns?
No, you can't. Not today.
For the years 1999, 1998, and any projected returns you have filed for the year 2000.
Don't answer the question. The answer is I'll take it under advisement. It strikes me as a rather extraordinary request, but we'll get back to you.
And when do you expect Mr. Mervis to get back to you?
Don't answer the question.
Are any of these documents, Mr. Schumann, in Virginia,
Which documents?
relating to your tax returns, invoices, or income received by your firm?
You can answer that question.
Yes.
So all that can be put in a FedEx tomorrow if your lawyer requests for the lawyer to receive by Thursday. Is that
You're
right?
asking whether it's physically possible? Go ahead. You can answer that
It's
question.
physically possible, yes.
Thank you. Can I have one moment? You want to do it? Okay. Mr. Hernstadt's going to do it. I'm stepping out.
Okay. Thank you.
Record presented. Time is 1:35 p.m. We'll go off the record.
Could you just read back the last question and answer, please?
Chances are it was colloquy. We'll see.
So all that is going to be put in a FedEx tomorrow. If your lawyer requests for the lawyer to receive it by Thursday, is that right? I'm sure it's physically possible, yes.
Okay. That was...
An illuminating question.
You want to pick up on that?
Yeah. Let me go back to you talked about a project that you're now working on. Is this the project that you're doing for Proskauer?
In what regard? I'm working on a bunch of projects.
Earlier you were talking about use of DeCSS, and your
Okay.
testimony was that you had not used DeCSS, and then you said that you had used DeCSS. Let's take it from the
But
start.
I
Why don't you tell me about your use of DCSS?
we used DCSS on
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
my clarification earlier about the use of DCSS. I believe I had answered that I only used it once, on this case, and we clarified, and I came back, and I have used it again because I recreated in part my experiment outlined in Affidavit 3 of getting DCSS from the network, taking a DVD disc, performing the act of running DCSS, and then looking at the result, in part in the last several days.
Okay. Let me be clear. You've used DCSS 3 times total. In the first declaration, I think or the second one of your first 2 declarations, you said that, or your first declaration.
Yeah, the first declaration I did it initially for the MP in the MPAA as an exercise of what does this thing do?
Right. And in that case, you did not view the movie that you copied.
Right. In that case, I didn't look at the movie. That's
and
correct.
then for your June 1 declaration, which let me put it in. Now I've got to, unfortunately, I'm going to give you a copy. Mark this Schumann 5.
6. Am I wrong? Okay. Oh, this is off of 2600?
Yeah.
I actually have a copy here if you want. It may be marked up.
This is off a Cryptome. I will represent to you that this is an accurate copy. This is the Cryptome. I took it down off the Cryptome because I was unable to get an unmarked up version for use this morning.
I guess it's fair to say, I'll accept that representation. I guess it's fair to say there may be some scanning errors and that sort of thing.
What number?
I have 5.
Oh, 5?
5, okay. Thanks. And at the appropriate time, I'm going to ask Mr. Schumann to take a look at it and make sure that it's accurate. But in this declaration, you talk about using DCSS to copy and to decrypt and copy. You've got mail.
This is the
I'm not gonna ask
second
about,
supplemental. Yes, correct.
Okay, let's call this for accuracy's sake your June 1.
Okay.
So that's the date on it. Was that the same movie you'd done the first time? You had used the first time?
No, I don't actually recall the exact movie I did the first time. I believe it was The Matrix.
Okay, and when you've got mail, did you decrypt the entire movie?
In this last one, yes, I did decrypt the entire movie.
And did you view the entire movie?
I viewed the entire movie. I didn't sit and watch it in detail, but I did other stuff while the movie was playing. So I look up every now and then and make sure it was still playing.
Okay, and are those the only 3 times you've used DCSS?
Wait, I only counted 2. I'm sorry.
No, we had 3, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
along with what I just did a couple of days ago.
Right, and what you did a couple of days ago was repeat what you did in your June 1 declaration.
That's correct. Not completely, but...
Which is essentially what you did in your first declaration, except that you viewed it. I take it that's the difference, or is there other differences?
No, that was the primary difference.
Did you decrypt the entire movie when you did it for your first declaration?
I don't remember exactly. I may have only done one Bob.
So then the question is that the only 3 times? Those 3 times are the only times you've used DCSS?
Right, and the answer is no.
Okay, and what other occasions have you used DCSS?
I have also used DCSS in an internal development project.
And internal to whom?
Internal to Cinia.
Can you tell me something about it?
Cinia is developing and has developed a MPEG analysis tool for the analysis of MPEG video streams. And we, as part of our testing process, and partially because I hadn't watched a movie yet either, to make sure it was in fact decrypted, took DCSS and ran it against a DVD that had been decrypted.
You used it to decrypt a DVD?
I used it to decrypt the DVD and then ran the MPEG analysis tool we had developed against the resultant output file.
On the plain text file?
On the plain text file, that's correct.
Okay, and did you get permission to do that?
I did not get permission to do that, no.
Okay. Did you ask Proskauer if that would be okay?
I did not ask Proskauer
Okay.
if that would be okay.
What movie did you use?
Again, I don't remember the movie. It might have been The Matrix. It might have been. We have like
Okay.
2 or 3 movies later on.
Did you decrypt the entire thing, or just one VOB file?
I think in that case I decrypted the whole thing.
And was
But-
the reason you did it, I take it, was as part of testing this MPEG tool that you were working on?
That's correct. As part of it, it was an opportunity to run one test, and we did most of our tests, or all the other tests, against normally available or open disks,
I.e.
non-CSS encrypted disks.
How many non-CSS encrypted disks are there?
I don't know the exact number.
How many have you found?
I haven't done an exhaustive study. I know looking through these logs, there were 20 some odd identified disks in these logs.
Okay, do you know if there are any more than 20 some odd?
I'm sure there are more than 20.
Why?
Why is he sure?
Yeah.
I guess I should say I'm sure. I have no reason to believe there aren't more than 20.
Why not?
Because it is, to my understanding, again, I don't have knowledge of CSS licensing, but I believe
Right.
there is an additional cost to CSS encrypt movies, and I'm sure some producers, and clearly some have opted not to pay those fees.
Okay, are these the 20 some odd movies that you saw that were non-CSS, were they American movies or were they foreign movies?
I have not necessarily personally seen all of those movies. Again, those
Or
were
the titles
I extracted.
Right.
They were a combination of U.S. and foreign releases.
To your knowledge, were any of them public domain movies?
No.
Are you aware of public domain movies being encrypted with CSS?
Go ahead.
Not to my knowledge, but I have,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So in any event, your statement that you believe that there's more than 20 some odd non-CSS DVDs is a deduction.
Yes, I guess an educated guess.
An
if you
educated
will.
guess. Okay. Does this tool, the Cinia tool that you're working on, is that an MPEG-2 analysis tool, or does it analyze any MPEG?
It is an MPEG-2 analysis tool.
Does it work on MPEG-4?
I don't believe it would work effectively against MPEG-4 streams.
Okay, and what does it tell you about the MPEG-2 stream?
It looks at the structure of the compression, looking for errors, significant errors in the structure, which could potentially lead to playback issues.
Okay. Is this a security tool?
No.
Okay. Is this a quality assurance tool?
It's a quality assurance and analysis tool,
Okay.
which would be used by post houses.
Now you're doing, Cinia is working on another project for Proskauer. Is that correct?
Not actively, we have.
Okay, and are you working actively on any projects for the plaintiffs? Any of the plaintiffs?
No.
Okay. I think the last time we spoke, you were engaged in some other project, and I take it that's concluded.
That's now concluded. There's no active.
Okay.
There's no active work going.
Does that other project have anything to do with DVDs?
I guess you can answer that yes or no.
No.
Okay. Off the record, I was looking for the broadest possible way of coming into this case. Okay. Okay, do you, apart from yourself, do you have any knowledge of anyone using DeCSS to decrypt and then view a DVD?
In addition to any discussed in my previous deposition.
Let's
Fine, we
ignore what
covered
you
this
said.
ground.
Well, actually, we didn't. You didn't answer. You weren't permitted to answer.
Okay,
the
I'm sorry.
question.
Can you
Right.
repeat the question?
That's why I'm
fine.
going into it.
You read it back?
Question, apart from yourself, do you have any knowledge of anyone using DCSS to decrypt and then view a DVD?
To decrypt and then view, I have ancillary. I mean, I have ancillary knowledge, not personal knowledge.
Are you talking about looking on an internet website where someone claims to have done that?
Yeah, and newspaper articles where people talk about having done it.
Okay. Anyone at any of the plaintiffs or the MPAA?
Oh, no.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you quickly about Schumann Exhibit 2. This is the Linux development logs and the, what is it? What's the other one, the Livid?
Livid, I think Livid Dev and Linux DVD were the primary components of that.
Is all of your knowledge about DCSS based upon your review of these logs?
I'm sorry, can you, I missed it. Can you read back?
Question, is all of your knowledge about DCSS based upon your review of these logs?
Go ahead, you can answer.
You know what? Let me refine.
Can you refine that a little bit? I mean,
let's start easier. All of your knowledge about the creation of DC.
thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all of your knowledge about the involvement of anyone associated with writing Linux programs for a Linux DVD player.
Yes, it's all. Yes, it is all based. Yes, that's correct.
And all of your knowledge about CSS auth and CSS cat, does that come out of these logs?
No, I have additional knowledge having been able to look at the source for CSS cat and CSS auth.
Where did you look at the source? The source, you mean source code, right?
Source code, correct.
Okay, what's it written in? What are those two written in?
My if memory serves, they're written in C, and I downloaded the source code from the internet.
Where'd you get it?
I actually don't remember. I probably went on 2600 and downloaded many of the sites on 2600 that have DCSS also have the CSS cat.
You went to the list of windows and...
Yes.
Okay. And you found it in both source code and executable, or only in source code?
I didn't do an exhaustive study. I was looking for the source code, and I downloaded the source code.
Okay. Was it difficult to find?
Not with the knowledge of how I understand where all this stuff is based on this case, no.
If you didn't go to 2600, what would you normally do if you wanted to find CSS auth?
If I wanted to find CSS auth?
Yeah, the source code for CSS auth. What normally would you do if you didn't have an address that you thought might lead you to it?
I would likely type it into a search engine.
Did you ever try that?
I imagine
With
find out the right word, but it is likely that I have typed that into a search engine at some point in this process. Yes.
Okay. And do you know if that resulted in your getting to a website with CSS auth, CSS cat?
Actually, let me take it back. I don't know if I ran a search engine for CSS auth in particular.
Okay, how about DCSS?
DCSS, I would likely be more comfortable.
I'm sorry, did that take you to a website where you could find the source code and or the executable for DCSS?
I believe it did, but I didn't.
Okay. What programming languages are you conversant in?
I was wondering what term you were going to use.
Can you read?
C, Basic, Pascal from a long time ago, C++ to a certain degree, some Java.
And can you write programs in C and C++?
Yes.
And do you do that with any frequency?
Not that much anymore. I used to with a lot of frequency.
Okay. So if you were to look at a program in C, you could read it and you'd understand what it said.
That depends on the program.
Okay. Can you read, what does object code mean to you?
Object code is a machine executable, typically a machine executable form of a program.
If you were to buy a computer program at a Egghead Software, would the program that comes on the disk, let's say, be in object code? Is that what you're talking about?
It would be in object or executable form.
What's the difference between object form and executable form?
This is really a nuance, but in larger development projects, you will have multiple source files. Those source files will be compiled into what's called object form, and then those modules in object form will be combined in what's typically called a linking step to form a single executable.
So object code is after being compiled, but prior to being linked?
In a very rough way. I mean, there are languages where that's different, and modern systems where you have DLLs, you're actually linking them dynamically as you load them. I mean, it's a simplistic, older view of the world. It's a little bit more less straightforward today.
In other words, object code could be a variety of different things?
Present the form of the question, you can answer.
Yeah. An executable program can be delivered either as a single piece of object code linked together, or today oftentimes it comes as a series of object code modules, as well as perhaps an executable program.
Okay. What is source code?
Source code is to my definition, the original language in which the program was written.
Okay, so if you write a program in machine language, then the source code would be the same as the object code.
That's correct. Well, shouldn't answer so fast. Are you referring to assembler or machine language?
Let's do one and then the other.
Okay.
Let's say assembly language first.
Okay. Assembly language is a source code language where the instructions of the machine are in a human, what I'll call a human usable format. In other words, they're in text you can edit and understand and look at and write and create. And those instructions then get what's called assembled into the object code equivalent.
Is that with something a program assembles?
It's called an assembler.
So that's similar to a compiler.
Exactly. It's logically similar to a compiler.
Okay. And and what about machine language?
Machine language, again, is the equivalent of, in fact, is identical to object code.
Is that ones and zeros?
They're all ones and zeros. The English gets described inside the computer as ones and zeros also. It's the native language of the machine that is executing the program.
When you put,
if you will.
When you put source code through a compiler,
yes,
what comes out is X's and zeros. Is that correct? I mean, ones and zeros.
What comes out is essentially ones and zeros. Yes.
Okay. Now, can you read object code? Using object code to mean machine language, binary, ones and zeros.
You meaning
you,
the witness?
meaning Mr. Schumann, yeah.
Can you...
and you, Rob Schumann.
Yeah, I understand. Can you clarify what you mean by read?
Can you look at it... well, let me ask you this. Do you ever look at object code in order to understand something about a program?
Not in the normal form of operation, no.
Okay, so when I say can you read object code, what I mean is can you understand it? Can you look at object code or a computer program as represented in the object code format or language and understand and
I personally, as can others, it is possible to do that, but it is a very tedious and complex and unrewarding process.
Okay, but you can do it.
It is possible.
I'm not asking if it's possible. I mean, much is possible in this world. I am asking, can you do it?
Yes, in very limited circumstances, I have, in fact, done that in the past.
Okay. Do you ever write, or do you ever write programs in object code?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of anybody doing that?
I'm aware that it used to be done
Okay.
a long time ago.
Do you know anything about Linux other than what you learned in the development logs?
And now you're not limiting it to DeCSS?
No.
Yes.
Okay. I take it you've run the program, right? I believe you testified to that before.
Which program?
Linux.
Yes, I have used Linux, and we use Linux.
Is that your what you use on your office machines?
It is one of the systems we use on our office machines.
What do you use on your home machine?
Windows.
Okay. Do you use Windows in the office too?
Yes, we do.
Why do you use Linux?
We use Linux for a variety of reasons. It is a good environment for what I'll call like industrial control machines, back office machines. Mm-hmm. It has advantages in terms of cost and maintainability.
Is it more reliable, would you say, than the Windows environment?
I don't think. I'm not sure I would say that. In some circumstances it may be, in others it may not.
Okay, then what did you mean when you said it had advantages in cost and I forget what?
Well, the cost is obvious because there's no license fees in that environment.
Right.
The maintainability in that if you have, in a control environment, if you have bugs, you are able to do more debugging in the Linux environment to understand and help debug the issues.
Okay. And do you know anything about Linux communities? Do you understand what I mean when I say Linux communities?
I believe I do, yes.
Okay. Do you know anything about Linux communities?
I think I mean, it's a very amorphous development project, but it's the groups of people who come together to create portions of the Linux system.
Okay. Do you know how Linux programs are developed?
Yes, I do.
How?
They are developed by groups, typically fairly small groups of like-minded individuals who have an interest for whatever reason in that particular area, working together to create, update, maintain the particular section or application or whatever it is they're working on in that environment.
Typically, and when I say typically, basically what I'm saying, in most, but not necessarily every single, but primarily almost every case. But typically these projects, the people who work on these projects are not paid for their work. Is that correct?
I think that used to be true. It's not clear to me at all anymore.
Why not?
Because there are now a significant set of public and commercial enterprises who are working in and on the Linux development environment, and they have a large number of paid individuals who do this type of stuff.
Okay, and can you in any way compare the number of people who are being paid working for companies, public companies, as opposed to the number of people who are involved in projects in the manner that you first described?
I have no information on the numbers or their productivity.
Okay. What are the public companies that you're talking about?
Companies like Red Hat, VA Linux, Mandrake, Corel, and there's probably a couple others I haven't mentioned.
Do you know how many people are using Linux operating system?
I have no, other than ancillary type stuff I've read in the trade journals and that.
Go ahead.
My understanding from those sources is there are millions of copies of Linux running.
And do you understand it to be one of the fastest growing operating systems available?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. Did you happen to notice the Times, New York Times on Sunday?
No.
Well, there's an article saying that China was not going to license Microsoft, was going to encourage Linux. Did you see an article like that?
I didn't. No, I didn't see that article. No.
I did.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting.
It's right. It's a very interesting area, actually.
Do you know if the Livid project has made a Linux DVD player?
At this point, I have no knowledge one way or another.
Did you ever check out the the Linux DVD website?
I would have at some point gone into these websites, yes.
And did you take a look at the DVD player that they were working on?
I never attempted to run any of their playback environments.
Okay, and you would have done this in the fall of last year?
I would have done this when I was doing the MPAA. Would have been the time I would have looked at this.
So that was in the fall of last year, right?
It was November or December time.
November, December. Okay. But you haven't checked anything out since then, right?
Not to any extensive degree.
Do you know if there's a Linux DVD player that's currently available on the market?
It is my understanding, based on press releases, that there are two companies that have announced players, and I know from my review of the logs that there was at least one, and I believe it was one of them that announced a player that had been very interested even in the summer of last year in developing and furnishing players into that environment.
And what company is that?
Sigma Designs.
Okay, and who else has announced a player?
I'd have to look in my...
Would that be Intervideo?
Could be, again, I'd have to look.
Does that ring? Okay.
I mean, Intervideo is a creator of DVD playback systems, so
Right.
it's quite possible they would.
Do you know if either of them has actually released a Linux player?
I have no knowledge one way or another.
Okay. Are you aware that representatives of the plaintiffs have stated that their Linux DVD player is available?
I have no knowledge of that, I don't believe.
Did you say that in your first declaration?
In my first declaration?
Well, before you answer that, you may want to look at it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I guess we have marked it.
Schumann 4?
3.
No, Schumann 3.
This one.
Schumann 3. I know in my...
Oh, read it first, Rob.
Yeah, let me... No, that's a 3 is a supplement. 3 is not my first one. I don't have my first one here.
So no, 3 is the January 19th.
Oh, supplemental. I'm sorry. No, this one. 3 is marked as the supplemental declaration.
Okay.
To modify the one of the 19th.
Oh, well then I've got the, here, let me make this 6. This is the, oh shoot, I can't give you this one.
I have a copy of, I don't mind expediting the process.
I mean, I have one here too, so I know is unmarked.
Okay, well actually, I note that I note that in your January 19 declaration,
Yes.
you say that as far as you know there isn't yet. So, to the best of my knowledge, does not exist a fully functional Linux-based DVD player. So,
Yeah, that
right.
makes sense.
Give me a second here, if you would, please. Let's move on. I think I've got that question somewhere else. Do you know if LSDVD has finished a DVD player?
LS was the other DVD development group, the Linux development group.
You tell me. Is that your recollection?
I would have to look at my look at my
Okay, that's Paul Volke's group.
Paul Wilkie's group. Again, I have no current knowledge of whether or not any of these development groups have completed players or licensing terms.
Okay, and who provided you with the logs that are collected in Schumann 2?
Mark Litbeck of the MPA.
Okay, and who did the selection of which postings would be provided to you?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, they came to you separated out already?
Yes.
Okay, I think you said that that you believe that these were the ones that were relevant to this case. That's why that's what the basis of the selection of the postings.
Wait. Let me object to the form of the question.
Okay.
You can answer if you understand.
No.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why you were given certain postings but not all postings?
Let me object to the form of the question. You can answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat both of the last two questions?
Well, you don't need
Just the
you don't
last
need the
one.
second to last.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, you know, if he wants to hear it, he can hear it. It's
Yeah,
not-
you can.
Go ahead.
No, I'd like to hear the second to last as well, because just the other ones are clarifying, I think.
Question, okay, I think you said that you believe that these were the ones that were relevant to this case. That's why dashes, that's the basis of the selection of the postings. Answer, no. Question, okay, do you have any understanding as to the, why you were given certain postings but not all postings?
I do not, I have no firsthand knowledge of why this subset was selected.
Okay. Did you ever go to the websites and review the other postings that you were not provided with?
I object to the form of the question. You can answer.
I have gone into these archives and have looked through some other postings, and this, to my cursory examination, would appear to be a reasonably relevant set of postings to the task I was asked to undertake.
Okay, when did you do that?
I did that prior to my third deposition. Declaration.
So sometime in May, would you say?
I guess it would have been May.
Okay, and you describe it as cursory. Could you describe it in more detail? How long did you spend looking through archived postings?
I spent, I probably spent 8 or 10 hours going through archive postings, but not...
I mean, apart from the...
No, apart from this, but
Right.
Not looking... At the time, I was looking for references to material, not trying to correlate what I received to what was there.
What were you looking for?
I was looking for materials that were relevant to my third affidavit and were essentially supporting materials, or relevant materials to my third affidavit.
What specifically were you looking for? When you say, first of all, when you say materials, do you mean postings or do you mean links in the postings?
No, postings. The
Okay.
text in the postings.
Okay. And what text were you looking for?
I would have to look at my third affidavit if I may take a moment.
And you're looking at, just for the record, Schumann 5.
Should have got Pepsi.
as I look at this, I'm not sure this is the right one, but we don't have the exhibits.
It doesn't have the exhibits attached.
Yeah, it doesn't have the exhibits, but I can, let me finish
You
going
should,
through
you
it.
should feel free to show, Mike, you should show them the exhibits if you
Yeah,
want to.
let me, it might
I
speed
don't have a
things
problem
up.
with that.
It might speed things up.
I'm trying to find out what he's looking for, and if this will assist in answering the question. Just don't give him the one with the notes on.
About what to say, I mean?
Yeah, this is how you answer this question.
So I seem to recall these as being exhibits B and C of something, and...
Well, we certainly went
Oh, you're talking
through it
about the second time.
on the first time, but the first time I know I went through the paper itself.
Well,
I mean,
this is the second,
so
This is the June one.
this is the...
no, that's the second one.
That's the.
It's a second supplemental declaration is the title.
It's
Yeah.
second supplemental declaration.
Yeah, this is it. Second supplemental. So if you want to, you can look through my copy.
Okay.
Can I move over the exhibit?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Yeah, I don't think I have any markings on it. The exhibits are all attached at the end.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay.
Secret design.
Yep. This would be one of the examples. This, and yeah, one of the items we searched for were DVD examples of DVD discs, unencrypted DVD discs. I had a memory that they were referenced, and so that was part of what I searched for.
And you're referring...
Examples of that.
You're referring to Exhibit 11 to the second...
Yes, Exhibit 11.
Thank you.
Where they talk about what DVDs they have found. And in particular, this exhibit also talks about that you can do the development without the need for CSS. In other words, that there are examples of non-encrypted movies that you can use to develop the remainder of the DVD, that they could use to develop the remainder of the DVD player.
That's on the first page, right?
Yes, as the text says, as far as your efforts, you may consider trying to get unencrypted DVD playback working first. This will let you concentrate on the video and sound-related issues first. The reply is a very good idea, and it goes on and says they don't have it unencrypted, and there's a question of, well, what disks are unencrypted?
Right.
Okay.
Is that answered?
That is answered, I believe, in perhaps some of the following pages. If not, I know it's answered in here. And then there's another attachment in here somewhere that talks about the disks that are unencrypted.
Okay.
Okay.
So one of the things you were looking for, in addition to reviewing the postings that were given to you by the MPAA, when you went back into the archives, you were looking for examples of people using DVDs.
Yeah, and well, in particular, I was searching for people who were not using DVDs, but who were looking for references to unencrypted DVDs to help compile the list of unencrypted DVDs, as well as examples where the participants highlighted that, in fact, you don't need to do DeCSS to develop the rest of the DVD player, that's only a very small portion of developing an overall DVD player.
Did you compile a list of unencrypted DVDs?
I compiled a list from that exercise, yes.
Okay. Could we get production of that list?
I believe it is in this. Interesting. If it's not an exhibit, then we certainly can.
Okay. Yeah.
If we have it, that sounds fine.
Yeah, it was.
Mr. Schumann, if you could find that, I'd like to get that produced.
Absolutely. I thought it was in here already. If it's not, it's no problem.
Okay, you just said that DeCSS is a small part of... Could you read back his answer where it says DVS was a small part?
Yes, well, in particular, right. I was searching for people who were not using DVDs, but were looking for references to unencrypted DVDs to help compile the list of unencrypted DVDs, as well as examples where the participants highlighted that. In fact, you don't need to do DeCSS to develop the rest of the DVD player. That's only a small portion of developing an overall DVD player.
Okay, DeCSS is only a small portion of developing an overall DVD player. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is to...
Can I hear the question again?
What do you mean by, off the record, what do you mean by saying that DeCSS is a small portion of developing an overall DVD player?
To build a DVD player that can play back all of the existing published DVDs, it is necessary to implement the CSS decryption algorithm within the player.
Okay. You have to decrypt that which is encrypted
Before you can perform the rest of the DVD processing.
Okay.
Okay. However, that is a very small part of a complete DVD development effort. Or DVD player development effort.
Okay. What percentage would you say? 25%, 50%?
Maybe 0.1%.
0.1, the decryption?
Yes.
And the authentication?
Is included in that.
Okay. Now, is there information freely available about the rest of what's required to develop a DVD player?
The specifications for the DVD specifications that are necessary to create a DVD player are freely licensable from the, I think it's the DVD Forum is the official entity.
Okay, but is that information also available? If you don't want to get a license, can you get that information anyway?
Well, go ahead, you can answer.
Can you clarify, please, what you mean by license?
Well, you just mentioned that the specifications are available from the licensing entity, the DVD Forum, is what you thought it was.
It is possible to get the specifications without getting a manufacturing license.
Okay. How do you know this?
I have applied to that forum in the past and have had access to those documents in the past.
Did you apply to find out what the process was, or because you wanted to make a DVD player?
We were making DVD players or DVD playback. We were putting content into DVD playback environments.
Was this when you were working on the DivX?
That's correct.
So you went to your competitors and applied to get their specifications?
The DivX technology was a feature of a DVD. Our movies were DVD movies with a different security system.
That was half in jest, just so
Yes,
you know.
I understand.
Okay.
Like I said, they had to freely license it even to us.
Yeah, fair enough. Would you say that the decryption is the hardest part of building a DVD player?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It is a very small portion of the technology that must be implemented to build an overall DVD player.
All right. Now I'm talking about an open source DVD player where you don't get go and get a license for CSS. So you have to decrypt the CSS somehow, right, in order to play a DVD.
Check to the front of the question.
I'm sorry, I don't understand then.
I'm referring to the Livid project, which was an open source Linux-based DVD player. that was going to be built without getting a CSS license. Okay, now referring to that player
Yes.
is figuring out a way to decrypt the movies, the hardest part of building the Linux player.
No,
Okay, why not?
because in order to create a DVD, and by DVD player, I assume you mean an equivalence to a purchased DVD player in functionality.
A DVD player that will play DVD movies that are equipped with Linux,
And-
CSS.
And with all of the features of the DVD.
Sure, fully
functional
functional.
equivalent of like Intervideo's DVD player. Yes?
Sure.
Decrypting the movie is a very small portion of the overall task.
Trivial? Non-trivial? As that word is understood as a term of art among you folks.
I object to the form.
Can you clarify what you have or do not have specifications for?
You have specifications for none of it. I mean, you do not have specifications for the authentication and decryption part of the DVD player. Let's assume that you've gotten the specifications that are available for all the rest
For
of it.
the rest,
Yeah.
it's still a trivial. It's not a trivial, but it's still a very small percentage of the overall task.
Okay, and that's in terms of amount of work. Is that true also in terms of the difficulty of the work?
Yes.
Okay. You have stated several times. Oh wait, let me move back for a second. You stated in your original deposition that you had no knowledge of a movie being shown on the internet that was derived from a DVD by means of DeCSS. That was in the May 15th
No
deposition.
personal. Yeah, no
Right.
personal.
Is that still the case?
No personal knowledge. Yes.
Have you looked on the internet to see if movies are available via the internet?
Okay, you can answer it.
No personal knowledge, anybody tell me?
I have done. I believe I did a search once with. I think it was Nutella.
Okay, and these questions are essentially since we last spoke.
Yes.
You know, I don't want you to repeat what you told me the first time, so
Right.
just to be very clear about that.
Okay.
What did you find? You did a search with Nutella looking for what, movies?
I think I typed in The Matrix.
Okay. Did you find it?
I found a variety of examples came up on a screen.
What were they?
They were a list of different. It doesn't tell you a lot.
Does it tell you the source of the movie?
It does not. I don't believe it tells you the source of the movie. Excuse me, can you clarify source?
Where it came from? What was the movie derived from a video cassette? Was it derived from a laser disc? Was it derived from a VCD, from a DVD, from a camcording? What was the source of the movie that's being offered on the internet?
Only to the extent that the description includes that information.
Okay, and what were the sources that were included?
I don't remember all the sources. I believe there was one that had DVD in that description.
And how big a file was that?
It was hundreds of megabytes.
One?
I don't remember exactly. I mean, I was not.
Did it say anything else about what it was?
No, it was like the title, and again, I don't remember the exact description. It was the title and had DVD, and there was some description that claimed that it might have come
Right.
from a DVD.
Did you check it out?
But no, I did not check that.
Okay. Did you print the screen?
I did not print this.
Did you tell the plaintiffs about this?
I did not tell the plaintiffs about this.
Did you tell the MPAA about this?
I did not tell the MPA.
Okay. Now, has anyone? You said you have no personal knowledge of a movie being shown on the internet that originally came from DVD
That's correct.
by means of DeCSS. Has any of the plaintiffs told you that they're aware of that?
I'm sorry, can you give me back that question?
Question, have any of the plaintiffs told you that they're aware of that?
Where? What?
Do you,
Oh, okay.
do you
I'm sorry.
understand?
Yeah, I got it.
I think Robert and I would.
I know you're having a good time, but go ahead.
I have no knowledge.
Does that mean no, none of the plaintiffs have told you that?
No, right, I'm correct. None
Correct,
of the
it means none of the
plaintiffs.
plaintiffs. And the MPAA hasn't told you that either, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
The bar is 5 or 550.
You've testified a couple of times in your deposition and in declarations that the DCSS, in sum and substance, I'm not trying to quote you or tie you to anything, I'm going to ask you about all this. DCSS does not permit purchaser of a DVD to evade region coding and does not permit a purchaser to fast forward through sections of a DVD that the manufacturer has prevented fast forwarding through. Is that correct? Is that your testimony?
Can you reread that question?
I'll tell you what, I will do
I'm sorry,
you...
the wording is
I'll do you one better. I'll read it from your deposition. Okay. The question to you was, does DCSS permit a consumer to purchase a DVD?
Sorry, I can't understand you.
Sorry. Does DCSS permit a consumer who has purchased a DVD to fast forward through sections of a DVD that the manufacturer has prevented from being fast forwarded? Answer, DCSS itself? Question, that's my question. Answer, no. Question, does DCSS enable someone to use with some other program like a DVD player? I don't understand this question either. To skip the region code? Answer, I think it is irrelevant to that problem. You think DCSS is irrelevant to that problem, to the problem of evading region code? Yes. Yes. Okay. Do you adhere to that testimony?
yes.
Okay. What do you mean when you say you think it's irrelevant to that problem?
The implementation of the region code checks occur as part of the DVD specification and not as part of the CSS subsystems.
Okay. What does region coding do? Strike that. I take it that region coding ensures that a DVD player from region 2 won't play a DVD from region 1. Is that the case?
Won't play a DVD marked for playback only in region 1.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, now, isn't it true that if you take that region 1 disc, decrypt it using DCSS, and then play it, the region code prohibition will not be effective?
No, that's not true.
Okay. Is that universally untrue, or is that only untrue with respect to certain machines?
That, to my knowledge, a correctly implemented DVD player
Okay.
would still enforce the region code.
Okay, you know the RPC, do you know what that is?
No.
Or RP1 and RP2?
I'm sorry, I don't know those by, not offhand, I mean.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are there machines where that would be the case? In other words, that a decrypted DVD would be able to, would play no matter what the region code on the DVD?
That's possible, but they might also play them if they're encrypted. In other words, again, I don't believe the two are related.
Okay, I'm saying that you've got a situation where you have an encrypted DVD that's for a different region, for playback in a different region than the DVD player. And my question is, if it's decrypted with DCSS, will it play? And you say, no, it won't. And my question then is that always the case?
Meaning regardless of what player is being used.
Yeah, that depends on several factors. Depends on the nature of the player that's used. It depends on how the disc is put, how the content is given back to the player. And whether or not the content is edited after it's been decrypted.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's marked as Schumann 6. which is the
Oh, I'm sorry, you got a mark.
reply declaration of Frank Stevenson. I'd like you to look at paragraph 9. Well, first, have you seen this declaration before?
Just take a minute to look at it before you answer.
Don't understand. I'm up to the 10th floor conference room.
This is Mr. Stevenson's second declaration?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I've seen this
Okay,
before.
would you take a look at paragraph 9? And I'd like you to read through that and then tell me if paragraph 9 is correct. If the statements in paragraph 9 are correct. If you would be prepared to adopt that.
Who's that? Who's with us? Record industry person. Where? Downstairs? Do you have a reporter? I'm not going to be down there. You should ask 6760. Why don't you flip it?
Let's go off the record. He's going to flip the tape.
Okay.
The time is 3:06 p.m. Let's take over to senior videotape deposition, Mr. Robert Schumann.
Okay. Can you just read back that last question, Don, if you would, please? I give you a menu of options.
Oh, yeah.
Question, would you take a look at paragraph 9, and I'd like you to read through that and tell me if paragraph 9 is correct, if the statements in paragraph 9 are correct, if you would be prepared to adopt that.
Okay, before you answer, let me just make a point, and I don't mean to,
Please.
but there are roughly 5 sentences in that paragraph, none of which mean very much to me, but before you adopt it or not adopt it in whole, I mean, to the extent that they're separable, you may want to take it that way.
I'm going to let
However you want to do
Mr.
it.
Schumann tell me that, if there's any sentence in there that's incorrect or if it's all incorrect.
I was, in fact, my response is that I don't agree with the entirety of what is described here.
Okay, every part of this is wrong?
No, that's...
Okay, let's do it sentence by sentence then. Is the first sentence correct?
And even then, there presumably could be portions that are and portions that aren't.
The great majority of DVD drives installed in computers today are RPC-1 drives. Is that true?
I am fine from the... I would like to note that the great majority would disagree with regards to DeCSS as a means to bypass.
That's okay.
Okay. I agree that the great
sort of
majority of DVD drives are
Okay.
RPC-1 drives.
Is it true that RPC-1 drives leave it to the player software to enforce region codes?
That is correct.
Okay. Is it true that DeCSS exec pays no .exe pays no attention to the reported region code and will be able to access a DVD disc regardless of which region it is coded for?
I have no reason to believe that that's false.
Okay. In the output from DVD exec, these region codes are stripped, so there's no regional coding information available to enforce.
I think you misspoke.
Or,
You said DVD exec.
yeah, it's exe.
DCSS, exactly.
what did I say?
You said DVD exec.
I
So we
totally
didn't-
misspoke. Yes,
yeah.
DCSS exec. These region codes are stripped, so there's no regional coding information available to enforce, even for a licensed player.
This is the part I don't believe I agree with.
Okay, why don't you agree with that? Is that you saying that that's not true? That DCSS exe, the output from DCSS exe does not strip the region codes?
I have two issues with this.
Okay.
Okay. Number one, region codes are not stripped. Merely you mark which regions are allowed for playback. Okay, the disc a DVD stream by definition has regions enabled. You mark which regions it can or cannot play it.
You being the content provider?
You being the content, whoever creates the content, it is part of the structure of part of the DVD structure.
Is it? I'm sorry. Is it part of the information that's put on the disc, or is it part of the information that's already on a disc when the movie is put on the disc?
It's part of the information that's in the image in the digital image put on the disc.
Okay. So you're saying that it can't be stripped out?
It can't be stripped. It could be modified, but it wouldn't be stripped.
Okay.
Okay. Secondly, I have no reason to believe that DeCSS modifies those region codes.
Do you know where in the DVD information the region code is found?
If memory serves me correctly, then I would have to check the DVD spec, which I do not currently have legal access to, because Cinia is not a licensee of the DVD spec now.
And that's the DVD forum?
The DVD forum.
Okay.
It is stored in two places in the movie, or I take that back. It is stored in two structures within the movie. It is stored in the kind of the envelope of the disc, if you will, or the header of the disc.
Okay.
But I believe it is also stored in every sector within the disc. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn that off.
Okay. And when you decrypt a DVD using DeCSS, do you decrypt every sector of the disc?
I don't believe every sector is CSS encrypted. I think only a percentage of the sectors are encrypted.
And do you decrypt the headers?
I believe the headers of the sectors are also in the clear, are in fact not decrypted.
Okay. Okay, so that's why you disagree with that. Okay, what about the next sentence? The licensors of DVD drives are aware of this loophole in the region codes enforcement, and for this reason, the newer drives of type RPC2 enforce region codes internally.
I agree with that.
Okay. How about the next sentence? Firmware upgrades to RPC2 drives that will make them RPC1 compatible?
I have no reason to doubt that that is not true.
Okay, so it seems to me that the particular part that you disagree with is that region codes are stripped. And I guess that means that you think that would make you disagree with the entire paragraph, because that's sort of an essential part of this. Is that correct?
If the sentence that talks about DeCSS in relationship to region codes is stripped, which is, I guess, the third sentence of this, or the third and fourth sentence of this paragraph, I am fine with all the rest of the paragraph.
Okay. And let me be clear. The output from DeCSS, EXE, this sentence says, these region codes are stripped. That part you disagree with. How about the next part of the sentence? You disagree with that as well? So there is no regional coding information available to enforce.
I would disagree with it, again, in that there is always regional coding information. The only question is, what does it say?
And what do you mean by that?
Again, it's not something you take out. It's something you mark as on or off. It's not something that's removable. The structure, you'd have to have it in the structure.
Okay. Does DeCSS EXE act to turn off region coding?
I have no firsthand. I've never looked at it firsthand, so I can't definitively say yes or no.
Okay. Have you ever seen the CSS procedural specifications?
Have I ever seen the CSS procedural specifications?
Right.
No.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you, or are you otherwise aware that CSS licensees are required to enforce region coding? as part of the CSS protocol?
I am vaguely aware that may be a requirement of a CSS license.
Has anyone ever told you that? Specifically plaintiffs or MPAA?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that Macrovision is also a part of the CSS license, and that licensees are required to enforce Macrovision?
Again, I have no direct knowledge of that.
Okay. Are you aware that the Macrovision and region coding facilities can be turned off in many hardware DVD players? And by that I mean sort of standalone as opposed to PC DVD players.
I am aware that is possible in certain cases, yes.
Okay. What's the outside of the United States, outside of Region 1, which is, I guess, North America?
Primarily, yeah.
Okay.
Without Mexico, I think.
Okay, outside of Region 1, do you have an understanding of what percentage of hardware DVD players are sold with the region coding and Macrovision? Well, let's leave it at region coding. Region coding capability disabled.
Sold by who?
Anyone.
By anyone?
Yeah. Let's say legitimate sales, not black market sales. If that was what was...
Legitimate sales by whom? By the original licensees?
By licensees. Let's start with licensees, and then we'll just go to retailers.
I certainly couldn't speak for any of the more ancillary countries such as China and those type of environments, but I believe other than that, most systems sold by the licensees have those capabilities. It's not a part of the player to allow the consumer to change those values, with the exception of DVD drives, which have a strange system.
I'm sorry, exception of DVD drives?
Computer DVD drives.
Okay.
There is a mechanism in that for those drives where the drives kind of essentially over their first 5 or 7 uses or something like that learn what region they are. So they're allowed to, I guess, region shift 5 times and then they're permanently locked.
Right.
There's some strange scheme there that allows them to ship the drives everywhere in the world without having to lock them to a region.
Have you ever heard of HD DVD?
HD DVD?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that term used for a variety of things.
Okay, what is it? What have you heard?
It has been used in a variety of ways to describe high definition or future high definition DVD type playback systems.
Is that a different format from DVD format?
It is right now an undefined. There is no, to my knowledge, published format or consumer format around that.
Do you know if there's a planned rollout?
I'm not aware of any product details at this point, no.
Hold on. By the way, you said you told us that you had burned a movie onto a DVD, or you burned something onto a DVD.
Onto a DVD-R.
Yeah. What was it you burned onto a DVD-R?
When I worked at DivX, we would build prototype discs of projects we were working on, and you would burn those onto DVD-R because it was cheaper than making a physical disc master.
So what you burned on the DVD-R was like a program?
Lab prototypes.
I'm sorry?
They were lab prototypes of discs.
But were they programs? What was the content?
It was a combination of programs and audiovisual materials. I mean, it was essentially a DVD.
And who owned the burner?
I think at the end we owned a burner, but we contracted out to post houses initially.
We being DivX?
DivX, yes.
Do you know how much you spent for it?
For what?
Burner.
The burner was, I believe, $5,000, somewhere around there when we bought one.
Okay. What happened to it?
The burner? Who knows? It's sitting in a closet somewhere, probably.
Is there today a dominant standard for DVD burners and writable DVDs?
There are a variety of standards.
Okay. Is there a anticipated time when there will be a single standard?
The industry is making progress, in particular around ensuring playback of all of the standards.
Okay. Do you know when we're going to have a single standard?
Again, it's more the playback of the multiple standards. I believe in the last several weeks I saw in one of the industry magazines that the DVD Forum had announced that drive manufacturers would have to support the 4 or 5 current defined formats in future drives.
Have the drive manufacturers agreed to that?
Yeah, they are part of the DVD Forum.
Okay, so, and when is this anticipated? At that point, you mean each player will play any of the different formats that are out there?
Right. The formats differ essentially in how they lay the data onto the disk in a physical manner,
Right.
and as a result, the capacity that the disks have.
Right.
And the characteristics, and above that they share a common logical format. So
Right.
they are essentially saying the drive manufacturers will have to add some, it eventually boils down to cost, but they'll have to add some technology to their drives to read all these different formats.
And when's that new product going to roll out? Did they announce any kind of anticipated time when?
I know the announcement said I believe the announcement said when they had to do it. I don't recall offhand. It wasn't
A year or 2 years?
my guess it was within a year. It didn't strike me as unusual when I read it. It didn't stand out when I read it.
Now, how much time did you spend on Nutella looking for movies?
Not long.
Okay, and
15 minutes or
and
something.
you looking just for The Matrix?
That was the only thing I looked for.
Okay, and you found several versions of it.
Yeah, I got a whole screen full. And
Okay, but you didn't try and download one of them?
no.
Why not?
I did it purely as a curiosity, and my curiosity was satisfied that there was stuff out there. And
Okay.
had no need to go past that.
Was it offered for sale?
On the Nutella,
Yeah.
it would have been free.
Do you remember?
Nutella's not a system that offers things for sale.
Okay.
There's no mechanism even there to buy it.
Do you know Napster?
I'm familiar with Napster.
Okay. Do you ever use Napster?
Again, in the same way I've used Nutella in terms of, I brought it up to see what screens it provided.
Is there a charge for using Napster for going into someone's computer and downloading a song?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Do you know if Rapster, which you mentioned, I think in one of your declarations?
Yes, I did.
Rapster.
Correct.
Do you know if Rapster charges for movies?
No, again, not.
Did you ever look at
They
Rapster?
don't. No, other than looking at a description of what Rapster was and what it did, to the point that I felt I understood what it did.
Where did you find
made
the
sense?
I'm sorry. Where did you find the description?
Don't recall offhand, but there are websites. There was a website that talked all about it. It was may have been Rapster.com for all I know.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. And is there a charge for procuring a movie on Rapster? That way, can you get a movie through Rapster, or do you know one way or the other?
You could certainly theoretically use Rapster to Rapster hide's not the right word, but to wrap a movie to look like an MP3 using Rapster so that Napster would then perform the distribution.
Okay, I was going to ask, what does Rapster do? Rapster makes a video file look like an audio file?
Rapster makes any file look like an MP3 file so that Napster will be happy with it.
Okay. Do you know if Rapster has ever been used on a movie?
I have no personal knowledge.
Okay. Do you know if it's capable of being used on a movie?
Based on the descriptions that I read, there's no reason why it couldn't be used.
Is there a size limitation?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And how long did you spend looking at Rapster?
Check to the form.
I don't know offhand how long it took me to find it and understand it and all that.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I don't know offhand. I mean, it was multiple of hours.
But, that's the total. I mean, looking at Rapster itself.
I mean, I never ran Rapster in the sense that I ran Napster or I guess ran Nutella. That I never brought an executable up, or I just understood what it did to the point that I was comfortable that I knew what it was.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a DVD movie being decrypted by DeCSS and offered for sale?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. I mean, you say you've seen them offered on Nutella.
I have seen a line item description that included the word or included the implication that it had come from a DVD.
Let me ask you this: are you familiar with other file sharing technologies other than Napster and Nutella?
The others, a variety of others.
Freenet, Scour,
I think iMesh, Scour, and maybe there's more by now. I don't know.
Is there a charge for the files that are being shared on those technologies?
I'm not aware of any charges.
Have you ever used any of those file sharing technologies?
Check to the form.
I may have brought up iMesh. I don't recall. I think I tried and it didn't come up or something like that. It was not.
You couldn't get it.
Ready for prime time.
Okay. Have you ever seen a movie that's been downloaded from the internet? Any movie?
I personally have never seen a movie downloaded from the internet. No.
Okay. Has anyone ever talked to you about the quality of movies, the quality of the video on movies that are downloaded from the internet? Anyone at all? I don't believe I had any significant discussions about that, but I mean, I deal in the video industry and I talk to people about compression algorithms and that all the time, so it's certainly possible I had a discussion with somebody, but not directly around analyzing it or anything like that. And I'm sorry.
Analyzing it or anything like that. I know I have discussed the DivX program with people in relationship, and I mean, I talk about MPEG-4 and we are involved with projects, development projects.
With MPEG-4?
That may include MPEG-4. We're not doing them, but we're in discussions.
Okay. I'm going to come back to DivX. I think you said that the only iterations of DeCSS you've seen have been in Windows executables. Is that correct? Is that true? I want to ask you to refresh your...
What? I'm sorry.
That the only iterations of DeCSS that you've seen on the internet are Windows executable.
If my recollection is correct, I have seen DeCSS as an executable program for Windows, yes.
Okay, have you seen it as in source code?
On the internet?
Yeah.
I have never seen the source code to DeCSS itself.
Have you seen it available on the internet?
I have seen things that purport to be the source code for DeCSS on the internet.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that they're not?
Yes.
Why?
I have looked at them.
And what have you found?
They are if memory serves correctly, they are essentially the equivalent of what is referred in some of this paperwork to as the anonymous source It is essentially the core of the CSS encryption algorithm, or decryption algorithm in this particular case, but it is not the full DCSS program.
And how many examples of source code have you looked at?
Check to the form of the question. You can answer.
I don't recall offhand, but it's not a huge number. It was 3 or 4.
Sorry?
3 or 4.
Three or
It was not a tremendous number.
Okay. Is it your testimony? Do you think that all of the examples of source code that purport to be source code on the internet are not source code?
I certainly have no way of guaranteeing that. Absolutely not.
How many examples of executable DCSS have you looked at on the internet?
I've I know for a fact I've downloaded 3 or, probably with my other one, 9 or 10 copies.
Of DCSS?
I've downloaded DCSS 9 or 10 times. And
Okay. From the same source, or did you go to different websites
no,
each
different
time?
sources.
So it's 9 or 10 different executables.
9 or 10 different downloads.
Downloads. Is it the same program in each case?
As far as I can tell, and in some cases, I know for a fact they are exact copies.
How do you know?
I ran a comparison program that compared them.
Okay, and that's pretty typical where you have a program being mirrored on different sites, that it would be the same program.
Typically.
Okay, Cinia helps develop security systems, is that correct?
It's part of what we do.
Is it a major part of what you do?
It's our primary focus as a company, yes.
Okay, what do you do in terms of creating security systems? What does that entail?
Creating a security system entails a fairly complex process, but it entails a combination of understanding what the requirements are, essentially what you're trying to protect, what the business rules are, what the business requirements are, and what you're attempting to do. And then you need to then you go through the process of applying a variety of technologies that you can employ to build an overall security system to meet the requirements of that particular customer or that particular business need.
And what are some of the technologies that you would employ?
In very coarse buckets, there are things like human physical security.
Like a lock on a door?
A lock on a door, putting things in file cabinets. They are encryption algorithms per se, and encryption routines. They are key management systems for controlling the keys in electronic form, and the human is also an example of that. They are what's called conditional access, or I think the modern buzzword is digital rights management algorithms for how do you get access to things in what time frames. And then there's auditing, and you put kind of those pieces of those together and at different and there are many different examples in each of those spaces, and you build what's appropriate to the task being requested.
Do you work with encryption algorithms?
I myself am not a cryptologist. I don't write encryption algorithms.
Do you work with them?
I have done designs with them, and I understand them enough to know to a reasonable degree what's appropriate where and what they do.
Have you ever tested an encryption system?
Tested an encryption system? I have not tested an encryption system myself, no.
Has Cinia?
Cinia has not tested an encryption system.
Do you know what's involved in testing an encryption system?
I roughly know what's involved, yes. There are again, it depends on how extensive you want or need those tests to be.
Mm-hmm.
But encryption systems and testing them is a very difficult process.
Do you try and crack the system? Is that part of the test?
Yeah, that can be part of the test.
Isn't that sort of a very essential part of the test to see how strong it is by trying to break through it?
It is analyzing the system to understand its strengths and weaknesses is typically part of the testing, part of the design process.
And is it is encryption research essentially trying to break encryption systems?
It is the art of creating encryption systems and the art and science of breaking them, yes.
Okay. And a lot of cryptographic research involves finding systems and probing them for weaknesses by trying to break them, right? Or crack them. Or...
Some of the research, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And is that good for security?
Oh, absolutely.
Or is that necessary for security?
It is proven, publishing algorithms has proven to be one of the more effective ways of testing algorithms.
You know, I take it you're not an expert in cryptography, and that the plaintiffs are not putting him forward as an expert in cryptography. Is that the case?
Well, I mean, I think, why don't you ask him the question and all? Not the second question, because I don't think he knows the answer, but
Yeah, I don't know the answer to the second part. The first part, I mean, I am not an expert in cryptographic algorithms.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to the strength of the CSS algorithm?
I think, well, I mean, I'll object that it's been asked and answered, but go ahead.
I have an opinion in terms of CSS as a overall system and its strength and what it was intended to do, whether in the very esoteric world of cryptographic algorithms per se, I can't provide, I guess, I couldn't give you a detailed examination of CSS as an algorithm versus other algorithms.
Okay.
In a very rarefied world.
Why is that a very rarefied world?
The number of people who have in-depth understanding of algorithms at that level is probably pretty small.
Do you know who Frank Stevenson is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is he a cryptographer?
Based on what I read, he is knowledgeable about cryptographic algorithms.
Okay,
At least certain cryptographic algorithms.
Is he a
yes.
cryptographer?
Oh, object to the form of the question. You can answer.
I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know what would make him or not make him a cryptographer.
Is he a professional?
Object to the form of the question.
I know he works in the software field based on his declarations.
Okay, and where he says that he is a computer research programmer employed by Funcom Oslo. Do you know what Funcom Oslo is?
Some company, I guess, in Norway or Sweden, where he lives.
Do you know where Oslo is?
I'm not going to ask that question. Do you know if a 40-bit key is considered a strong or weak encryption key?
Check to the form of the question. It's, among other things, it's asked and answered.
You can go.
You can answer.
Key length is complete. Key length and strength of the key is completely related to the algorithm behind the key.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't say a 40-bit key is weak or strong.
You can't?
Not in relationship. Not without discussing, only in relationship to the algorithm itself.
But isn't the in terms of a brute force attack, do you understand what I mean by that? Brute force attack?
No, could you clarify that?
Okay. No, I'm going to move on. I think I'm asking you questions in an area that you really don't know.
Well,
enough for me to ask you questions about it.
Well,
That is not intended to be insulting at all. I mean, it's just meant to suggest a
Well, I'm not sure that's true, but I guess it's up to you.
brute force attack is an absolutely fundamental term of art in cryptography.
It might well
Mr.
be.
Schumann is unaware of it. That means that that what he said before about his experience with cryptography being, somewhat limited in certain areas of it rather than security generally is fair enough, and I'm not going to.
That's fine. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I guess my only point is that that's not necessarily something that we agree with, but you're free to ask
Okay.
whatever questions you want.
Okay. Well,
No, there's no
why
question.
not? I'll tell you. Brute force attack is an attack on an encryption algorithm where a computer or a person will attempt every possible combination of a key in order to find the right one. And that's why it's just very inelegant. It's brute force. You try every single one mathematically.
I wanted to make sure we agreed on what the term meant.
Right, okay.
I was just trying to clarify that we were
then
both answering the same question.
Okay, well, I misunderstand you. So in terms of a brute force attack, that's simply a function of the length of the key, correct?
It is a function in terms of the time it would take. It's a function of the length of the key and thus the number of keys, as well as the time it takes to use that key. In other words, the computational complexity of the algorithm itself.
Okay. Do you know how long it would take to using today's a powerful computer PC under today's terms, say a Pentium 3, 600 megahertz or something like that? How long it would take to break the CSS algorithm using a brute force attack, or 40-bit key using a brute force attack?
Using the CSS,
Not CSS, just a 40-bit key, mathematically.
I object to the form. You can answer.
Okay.
again, it without giving me a description of the actual algorithm, that's unanswerable, because if the algorithm is that the key is added to the number 66 and you multiply that times the plain text, then it would be extremely fast. If the algorithm is that the key is multiplied by the number 66 50,000 times, and then you multiply it against the byte of plain text, those are radically different computational complexities. So again, the key is only useful in relation to its algorithm.
Okay, I'm sorry. How about CSS? How long would it take a brute force attack to crack CSS? Today.
I actually can't answer that because I don't know I don't have a number for you. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number there.
Do you know who Bruce Schneier is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who is he?
Bruce Schneier is a well-known individual in the cryptographic field.
Is he one of the leading cryptographers in the country?
He's certainly probably one of the leading ones.
Okay. If Bruce Schneier told you it would take seconds to crack the CSS algorithm using a powerful contemporary PC, would that surprise you?
I object to the form of the question. You can answer.
Could you clarify what type of attack?
A brute force attack.
Using a brute force
Yeah.
attack? Yes, that would surprise me.
Okay. You said that in your prior deposition that your review of Linux logs indicated to you that people were playing movies on Linux machines prior to October 1999 and prior to the release of DeCSS. Is that your recollection?
Can you point me at a particular text? I want to make sure we are characterizing the same text.
You don't have it here.
Oh, I don't have my first.
Well, it's not marked.
No.
Okay, you say that DVDs have been playable on Linux machines since October 1999. Do you know whether that is true or not? Answer, the development logs talked about people playing movies even prior to that date, I believe. Before DCSS, that's correct.
Do you want to say it? I mean, I'm sure you read it correctly.
No, I'm okay. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the question now?
Basically, is that your understanding of is that true based on your review of these the Linux logs?
It's my recollection, yes.
Okay. How were they playing DVDs on Linuxes prior to DCSS?
I object to the form of the question. You can answer.
Okay. If memory serves me correctly, there was an MPEG, I don't remember the name of it, but there was a program that was capable of playing MPEG streams, MPEG-2 streams, to some degree. And these streams are at the heart of what makes up a DVD stream, and so it was able to play back portions of what was in the DVD stream.
Okay.
And, quote, play the movie.
How did it decrypt the DVD?
They played back the unencrypted DVDs.
How did it?
There were a variety of unencrypted DVDs that the people who were doing this had access to.
Okay, so your testimony
Non-CSS encrypted DVDs.
Okay, so you're talking about only about people talked about people playing movies prior to October '99, before DCSS. You're saying that was only unencrypted movies, non-DCSS, non-CSS movies.
If memory serves me correctly. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Well, here, just for the sake of further questions, we've looked at your first declaration and your third declaration. Now, you're certainly free to look through them again if you want to, but do you adopt everything in them as true and correct? Both of those declarations?
The first and the third?
Yeah. I'm not getting, the second one is the linking one, and I
Okay.
Really,
You might read through them real quick.
Probably one or I have the third one here. I don't have
I can
the
give you
first
my
one.
mark.
take 5. Why don't we go off the record for 5 minutes? You can look through it.
Okay.
The time is 3:46 p.m.
No, I don't want to go off the record.
What's that?
You have it right.
That's off the record.
The time is 4:18 p.m. and we're back.
A little idea. So,
You can give it. Oh, no.
Let me ask you this just for the sake of further questions. If we looked at your first declaration and your third declaration, now you're certainly free to look through them again if you want to, but do you adopt everything as true and correct, both of the declarations, first and third?
Yeah, in my reading through them again, I don't see anything obvious that.
okay. And we've marked your report entitled Linux CSS Development and Analysis
Yes.
as a Schumann 4.
Yes.
Yeah, do you have an extra copy? I don't believe your colleague was remember to give him one.
Yeah. Do you mind if I...
I don't mind at all. I assume you're not going to question them on the fax cover sheets.
No. It's a transmission sheet to, among others, Marcia King.
Oh, I see.
You know, I wish I'd thought of this before I got caught up downstairs, but is this report true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge and abilities, yes.
Okay. Before you came here today, did you review any documents?
I reviewed some. I briefly went through this report again.
Okay.
I went through and reread my my affidavits.
Did you read the first day of your deposition?
I read through almost all of the first day of my deposition. At least
Okay.
personally, yes.
Did you read any other declarations in this case?
Before
coming here in preparation for this
Yeah.
particular? No, I
In
didn't.
the last couple of weeks, let's say.
I don't particularly recall any, no. It's possible I was provided one of the
Let's
replies.
say since your last declaration, since your June 1 declaration.
I believe I saw the Frank Stevenson's declaration we discussed earlier.
Okay. Let me ask you, you've downloaded and tried DCSS, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Have you downloaded and tried CSS auth?
I have downloaded the source for CSS auth. I don't believe I tried it.
Have you seen that in executable?
I believe I have an executable form of it, and I've seen the source code for it.
Okay, but the executable, is that a Windows executable or is that some other program?
CSS auth?
Yeah.
As I understand it, it's a Linux program.
Okay, CSS cat.
It's also a Linux program.
And have you seen the executable of that?
It's the same as CSS auth.
Oh, it's a unified program?
I'm sorry, it's the same answer that I have
Yeah.
seen. I may have the
You've seen, but you-
executable, but I've reviewed the source.
Okay, and have you tried either of them? You said you didn't try CSS auth. Have you tried CSS cat?
I don't believe I did.
Have you ever seen Power Ripper?
I have seen references and descriptions of Power Ripper.
Have you ever downloaded it?
I don't believe I've downloaded it.
Okay, have you ever tried it?
I don't recall trying it.
Okay. Just in case someone else downloaded it and you tried it.
Yeah.
How about DVD Ripper? A program called DVD Ripper. Have you heard of
No, I know I've never downloaded. No, I tried.
that? Speed Ripper?
Yes, I have.
Have you tried it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what does that do?
The Speed Ripper that I downloaded was a DOS program
Okay.
that, if memory serves me correctly, that would take a file from a DVD disk, decrypt it, and store it on a hard drive.
Okay, and how does it decrypt it?
To my understanding, I have never seen the source. To my understanding, it uses, it understands at least part of the CSS algorithm.
And do you know when Speed Ripper was first created?
Speed Ripper first appeared in the logs, which is my only knowledge of time frames. Was first referenced, I believe, in the earlier mid-August, maybe late August time frame.
Okay. But that doesn't tell you anything about when it was created, right?
I have no personal knowledge of when it was
Okay.
was created.
Do you have any idea when CSS was first cracked?
I have no, outside of what I understand from the development logs, I have no detailed knowledge of when it was.
Okay, the earliest claimed crack is the beginning of 1999 in the logs?
In the logs, yes.
Okay. But it could have been cracked in 96 or 97.
It's certainly possible, yes.
Have you ever heard of DVD Soft?
DVD soft?
Mm-hmm. A DVD player called DVD Soft.
I don't recall that exact name, but there's a variety of DVD players.
Okay. Of all the utilities that I've just read off, except for CSS auth, which I understand is just directed towards the authentication as opposed to the decryption
Yes.
part of CSS, do each of those programs result in a digital file? To the extent you know, and if you don't know for one program, just tell us.
It might be helpful to
Do you want me to run
Could
through
we
them?
enumerate those?
Okay, the standing question is, does this utility result in a decrypted digital file of a movie, of a DVD movie? DCSS,
Yes.
CSS cat,
Yes.
Power Ripper,
Yes.
DVD Ripper,
Don't know.
DODS, DOD Ripper, or DODS
DOD's
Ripper.
Speed Ripper.
They have two, I believe. DOD came up with a Ripper and then Speed Ripper.
Never been entirely clear to me,
Right, okay.
to be honest with you.
Okay.
I am only familiar with and was only able to find speed ripper variations.
Okay, and so speed
yes.
ripper. Okay. Are you aware of any programs that permit the capture of the decrypted digital signal while it is after CSS has decrypted it and while it's being in the process of being played on a PC computer?
Yes, at least one of that list works that way.
Okay. Which one? The,
Power Ripper.
okay. Are you aware of any capture card being used for that to do that same thing?
I have no knowledge or never seen a description, although it's certainly possible.
Okay. And if someone wrote a program to do that, would they end up with a digital file of the movie? A decrypted digital file of the movie?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Object to the point. You can answer.
They would end up with a digital file, but again, these programs do not create the equivalent files, including the previous ones.
Equivalent files, what do you mean?
In other words, the output from those previous programs is not the same digital file. To your question, they create digital files, but that doesn't mean it's the same result. Only that the result is in a digital form.
Okay, what's the difference?
There are significant differences depending on the technology.
For example?
If you did it with a capture card, you would get the result of you would get a particular playback stream that a user saw. So a particular playthrough sequence, you would have that turned to analog and back to digital, so it would have generational loss from those conversions, and then it would also, sorry.
Yeah, what do you mean by generational loss?
Generational, there's a term in the video field of a generation. Every time you take a piece of content and you play it through a system, you have what's called a generational loss as it goes to what's called a new generation. So in this term came from videotape, where every copy of a videotape from a previous videotape results in a loss. The picture becomes a little bit worse, depending on the quality of your equipment. And so each generation of tape, kind of down the tree, if you will, becomes worse. And so the same term can be used in these areas.
Okay, if you capture the stream before it's converted to analog, though, would you experience that generational loss?
If you're doing a straight digital copy, no. Power Ripper, again, is an example where you would not have the generational loss of the decompression, analog back to digital recompressed losses, which can be very significant. But Power Ripper can only capture, again, a particular playback.
And that just means with a particular language, you lose some of the functionality?
You lose a lot of the functionality of a DVD.
Okay, what do you lose?
You lose all of the menuing, all of the interactivity capabilities. You lose all of the ancillary languages. You have whatever they happen to have played back on that particular stream.
Now, I'm going to ask you more questions about this later, but you know what DivX is, right?
DivX or DivX?
DivX.
DivX.
DivX, the new one.
The new one.
The capital
I'm sorry, I'm a little touchy.
Then I shouldn't say, no, not the failed Circuit City. Not that fabulous but misunderstood product that was offered by Circuit City, but this new one.
The DivX. I just want to make sure we're clear about what we're talking about. So capital X was what we used in the previous record to clearly state.
Capital D, capital X, small I, small v.
Yeah.
From here on in,
that is all we're going to be talking about. We're not going to talk about Circuit City.
Right.
No offense.
Oh, no offense taken.
We'll see how it goes. I'm sure the record will be clean.
Yeah. It worked out fine last time. So, I'm sorry. And can we repeat?
So I said you're familiar with DivX, right?
DivX. Yes.
DivX.
Yes, correct.
Okay. The movies that are compressed in DivX don't have any of the functionality of a DVD. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, they do not. That's correct.
You stated that the only function of DeCSS is to decrypt and copy. Is that correct?
The only
Function of DeCSS.
is to decrypt and copy?
Decrypt and
Yes,
copy.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that an end in itself?
Objection to the form.
And in what sense, I guess?
Well, in the sense that, is that a function that anybody would want to acquire DeCSS to achieve?
Object to the form of the question.
In your opinion?
Yeah.
I still object to the form.
I
You can answer.
Yeah, I certainly can't speculate about what reasons people might have. I mean, I guess in general, any action anybody takes has some other reason for doing it.
Okay, but let me ask you, is there any usefulness to a decrypted DVD file sitting on a hard drive?
There are certain...
I object to the form. You can answer.
Okay. There are clearly the ones...
Be careful to answer the question I'm asking.
No, I
It's
understand.
sitting on a hard drive.
I understand. Sitting on a hard drive, it is possible to use the file sitting on a hard drive for things.
So you have to do something with the file, is what you're saying.
You can do something with the file.
Okay, is there any use to the file just sitting, taking up space on your hard drive?
Again, I can only talk about myself. And
You're a computer programmer, right? You've been doing that for years, 15 years. You have 4 or 5 years experience with a DVD format. You were the project manager or format manager at the Circuit City DivX.
yeah, I was one of the architects.
I mean, you have a lot of experience with this.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a program that enables you to store 5 gigabytes of information on a hard drive, and that's all?
I'm sorry.
That's all.
That's all it does.
All the program does?
Yeah.
Certainly, there are programs that do very specific things. Yes.
Okay. And can you think of anyone that would use DeCSS only to decrypt and store?
Object to the form of the question. You can answer.
Again, I can't speculate about what other people might or might not do.
Actually, as a person with a great deal of experience with DVDs and computer programs, what's your professional opinion? What is your expert opinion on a computer program that does one thing, decrypts and stores, and whether anyone would use that program if that's all that it did and all you could do with it?
I object to the form. You can answer.
Give us an example of what someone could do with a decrypted book.
I think we need to be very... I would want to discuss this in the sense that that clearly computer programs can do very specific things, and in fact many of them are built that way, and they can certainly be used in that way. They are often then used as part of a larger system or are used as part of a process of other things.
Okay. Okay, so if you're saying that all that DeCSS does is decrypt and store, does it present any danger then?
I object to the form of the
Do
question.
you understand what I mean by danger?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer.
Well, let me ask you this. If all it does is decrypt and store, is there any danger that that someone will get a copy of the movie?
The storage of the unencrypted system, that type of program would certainly be very helpful for someone who wanted to further distribute such content. And in that sense, there is danger, yes.
Okay, but you have to use some other program to do that, right?
Or additional procedures, or I presume you would have to use another program.
Something other than DeCSS. If you want to copy the stored decrypted file, you have to use something other than DeCSS, correct?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you read back that question?
Question, all right, but you have to use some other program to do that, right? Answer, or additional procedures, or I assume you would have to use another program. Question, something other than DCSS. If you want to copy the stored decrypted file, you have to use something other than DCSS, correct?
Okay, you can answer that question.
Effectively, yes.
If you want to put it on the internet, you have to use something other than DeCSS.
Yes,
And if you want to play it back, you got to use something other than DeCSS.
that's correct.
Okay. If you want to, let's say, take a 30-second clip from the stored file, you have to use something other than DeCSS. Is that correct?
From the stored file?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that file essentially has absolutely no value to anyone unless you're going to do something with it. Wouldn't you say?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I guess it depends on how you define or value or do something with it.
How you use your own definitions in answering that question.
And you could potentially sell that file in the hard drive or the tape or whatever you wrote it to someone for cash and never run a program yourself, theoretically.
Okay. And would that have any value unless you could do something with it?
I imagine to certain segments of society, yeah, it would have value.
Really? Buying a DVD, buying a hard drive, or buying a DAT tape that with something on it that you're never going to use would have value to somebody? With a movie on it that you're never going to use?
Don't believe I ever implied that the person buying the content was never going to use it.
No, but that's what I said. It's got to be used. It's got to be used for it to have value to the person purchasing it. In other words, that which gives it value is the fact that it can be used.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
No,
I
go
got
ahead.
all confused. So just read back the question, please. You guys are going too fast for me.
See if I got it. Question, that's what I said. It has to be used to have value to the person purchasing it. In other words, that which gives it value is that which would be... That's what I got.
Oh, you missed some words there. That
Good thing I asked, because I missed
Yeah.
it. So. You were answering words.
That which gives it value is the fact that it can be used.
I checked the form of the question.
Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, people buy stuff at auction all the time for enormous sums of money for no obvious value to me, but it clearly has value to them.
Have you ever looked at the complaint in this case?
The complaint of the case?
The complaint in this case.
I imagine I looked at it at some point. I mean,
And are you aware that the plaintiffs have stated that the injury they will suffer is essentially the fact that movies can be distributed on the internet?
Well, I object to the form of the question to the extent that you're referring to a document you haven't shown them. But, with that objection,
That's
you can
one of
answer.
the.
I mean, I clearly understand that that's the
Okay.
concern of the plaintiffs in this
And
case.
that's something that you've testified to in your declarations, right?
Yes, absolutely. That the potential exists to use this program as part of.
Okay. Have you ever seen a DVD movie played from a DAT tape?
No, I have not.
Okay, it's true, isn't it, that playing a movie from a DAT tape loses much of the functionality of a DVD movie?
If you could make the menus work, they would probably be pretty slow.
Okay.
It's theoretically possible, but I agree.
Okay. Okay. You've never seen what a DVD movie that has been decrypted with DeCSS, compressed with DivX, what that movie looks like. Is that correct? I think you said that.
Right. I have no personal knowledge, correct?
Okay, I'm going to probably ask you this in two different ways, but let's do it the first time here. You stated in your deposition that bandwidth backbone capable of delivering T3 line to the ordinary consumer already... A bandwidth backbone capable of delivering a T3 line to the ordinary consumer already exists in many locations and on probably every university campus in the U.S. and in foreign countries, and that there are a few private consumers who have it.
There are a few or few?
A few.
Okay. And they saying that's from his deposition?
Yeah, that's more or less what you said in your deposition. Now, let me ask you, is that still your understanding?
Assuming you said it, which sounds right.
I mean, it sounds essentially accurate,
Yeah.
and I would continue to believe that that's effectively accurate.
Okay, what's the basis of your belief?
The basis of my belief is my knowledge of networking technologies, I guess the history or the state of networking today, the environments that exist, at least in the limited college environments I have seen or had access to or have knowledge of, I guess.
And what's the basis of that knowledge? These are articles that you've read?
These are articles I've read. These are discussions with people I know who have or are going to college and the environments in the dorms in which they reside.
Is this mostly anecdotal? I'm sorry, did you get...
This being...
This is your understanding of that a T3 backbone is available to consumers on probably every university campus in the U.S. Is that based on anecdotal testimony or statements given to you by friends in college, or is that based on something more than that?
I have to object to... There was a...
You've objected, I understand.
Yeah, all right.
He can answer.
You can answer. I mean,
I'm not trying to...
disregards our testimony.
Mr. Schumann...
I know he understands.
Yeah, I'm not trying to mess with your testimony. I'm just trying to understand it.
Right. I mean, that is, I guess in the definition of anecdotal, that is effectively anecdotal evidence. I mean, I have no personal knowledge.
Okay. Do you live in Washington, right? Or in the Washington area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know what the LAN connection speed at Georgetown University is?
I do not.
Do they have an Ethernet?
I'm sure they have Ethernets in their campus.
Okay. And I'm assuming they have a LAN. Do you know if they do or not?
I'm sure they have a LAN.
Okay. How about Johns Hopkins?
now you're getting outside of Washington. Now go ahead.
I'm sure. I am. Again, I'm comfortable estimating that Johns Hopkins has a LAN.
Okay, but you have no idea what the speed is, the connection speed is.
Right. I mean, I can make educated guesses, as I did in my affidavit, based on my understanding of networking and the state of the art of technology.
Do you know the connection speeds of any of the universities in the Washington area? And by that I mean what their LAN connection speed is.
First-hand knowledge? No.
Okay. Do you know what the internet connection out of the LAN?
I killed this thing.
Keep leaving on it.
Okay.
Do you know what the internet connection speed from the LAN to the internet is at any of the universities in the Washington area?
Not offhand, no.
Do you know it at any university in the country or college or university in the country?
I know that there exists universities that have very high rates of bandwidth to the internet.
Do you know that from personal knowledge or because you've read it, or how do you know that?
Yeah, I know that from reading it in articles.
Okay, what have you read?
I guess I will say this is what I've read and what I know, I guess essentially primarily from reading. I mean, the universities were in fact the original internet sites. I mean, the internet originated in a university network between university sites
What universities?
what was called the ARPANET.
Okay, what universities?
I don't know all of them, but they would have included the prestigious universities such as MIT, Stanford. I know that a lot of the big research universities were really the heart of that.
How about Harvard?
I imagine Harvard may.
Do you know-
They may or may not have been. I don't know, but
Do you know what the LAN access speed is at Harvard? What it's wired, what the LAN is wired at?
I guess I can't. I don't think that's a question that's answerable in its current form.
Why?
Because every LAN port in the university may be running at different, in other words, that's only relevant to a particular place in the university.
But typically, the university's wired at a general speed, and then certain departments like computer science would be faster, or maybe if they're upgrading a certain portion of the campus, that might be faster. But generally speaking, don't they wire universities and colleges at 10 megabits or 50 megabits or whatever, some particular speed?
Wait, I object to the form of the question.
Yes.
You can answer.
Again, I can't speak for college practice versus standard industry practice, but I know that standard industry practice is, I guess, similar to what you described, where you build sort of a backbone between departments or floors or in a commercial environment.
Have you done that?
Yes, I've designed and built those types of systems.
Okay, and what's the speed that you use on those systems?
When I did this 4 and 5+ years ago, we used primarily 10 megabit switch, 10 megabit, although there was some 100 megabit per second available even then.
Okay, and what was the internet access?
At the time, the facility we had, we didn't have internet access at that time.
Okay, and how many portals were there, or what would you call it?
How many ports were there in that
Yeah,
network?
how many machines are you linking there?
Those network designs were for essentially thousands of machines.
Okay,
But
and is
that
there?
doesn't mean they shared that one link.
They don't share the 10 megabit.
Not the part of creating an effective network is ensuring that you can support the bandwidth requirements of that network, and so you architect the machines to be able to connect to each other at the speeds they need to.
Okay, and that's because if you've got a lot of machines on the same pipe, it will slow down the traffic. Is that correct?
For what's called, or I guess conventional Ethernet, or the I don't know, the word is the original, if you will. Ethernet was a shared pipe. Modern networks are typically built now with what's called switched Ethernet, which doesn't have the same issues as the original shared Ethernet did.
Okay,
In that sense.
but it does have issues in terms of how much traffic can be on the Ethernet at any one time, doesn't it?
The correctly used, the switched Ethernet hubs, as they're called, and building a network with those can allow you to maximize the data going through each connection, so that you can get much closer to the theoretical maximum of the pipe.
Okay, but the amount of traffic on the pipe still affects the speed of the traffic. Isn't that correct?
Each connection has a finite bandwidth, absolutely.
Do you know if universities and colleges have limits on how fast information can be uploaded onto an Ethernet connection?
I have read that some universities limit, and it's technologically possible to put, I guess, the equivalent of flow restrictors in, if you will.
Like a governor on
governor,
our mini bikes when we were a kid.
It is technologically possible.
Okay. Such that you might have 100 megabit per second Ethernet, but there could be 128 kilobit per second limit on the speed at which information can be uploaded onto that Ethernet.
It is theoretically possible. I have no knowledge of how or where those are used.
Okay, but you've read that kind of limitation is in use, right?
I have read that some universities are doing that or thinking of doing that.
And to your knowledge, do colleges and universities have a policy that all students must sign on to with respect to the use of the Ethernet and the internet connection from the Ethernet?
I can't speak for all universities. I am aware that some universities have such policies.
And do those policies concern the kind of bandwidth use that each student is permitted to make?
I have no knowledge.
Okay, have you ever seen one of these policies?
I saw one when I was in college, but it was
Okay.
a long time ago and didn't talk about the internet.
Okay, now have you ever used DivX?
DivX?
DivX.
I have not used DivX, no.
Okay, what's your knowledge about DivX? DivX. Can we take 2 minutes? I have to call your colleague Scott Cooper about tomorrow's deposition.
Got it. 1:49 PM. Sorry, you told me.
Yeah, no, I had. For some reason, he's against Scientology.
There's all these common
Go. No, they're different. Scientology has a much nicer building.
Which one?
Can we
We're back.
go back on and do the last?
4:56 PM and we're back on the record.
Question, what's your knowledge about DivX?
No answer. Okay. My knowledge of DivX is based on essentially reviewing discussions and descriptions of it in articles and on the internet.
Do you know what the steps involved in taking a DVD and turning it into a DivX movie that can be posted on the internet or made available via the internet?
Again, it's based on my understandings from reading and as well as obviously using my knowledge of how these things work to look at those and understand whether they make sense and that. But the steps are essentially to get a digital DVD stream, the output of DeCSS,
Or nothing. We'll let him finish his answer.
yeah, the output of DeCSS, or I imagine you could take the output of Power DVD, and again, you would lose some of the process. Then pass that output through the DivX compression engine, resulting in an output file that you can then play with. I believe it's the DivX playback engine, and of course the Windows Media Server playback environment.
What is DivX?
As I understand it, DivX is a suite of software or a set of software that consists of I guess a custom shell or a custom user interface wrapped around the Windows MPEG-4 coder, what's commonly called a codec, which I believe is distributed legally, I have no knowledge. I suspect it may not be legally distributed.
Is it a sort of a pirate program?
That's essentially mine. I think they may have created some of it themselves, but they clearly pirated pieces of it from Microsoft or used Microsoft technology within it, likely illegally.
Okay. How long did that process that you described of using DivX, how long would that take?
Wait, I'm sorry, from the beginning to the end, or just the compression
Do
part?
you decrypt, so getting it decrypting, taking a DVD and ending up with a DivX movie?
Certain parts I know very well, other parts I can only hazard essentially informed guesses at. The DSS decryption portion of it is pretty fast. I mean, on a 400 or 500 megahertz PC, it's probably 10, 15 minutes, something on that order. It's quite fast.
For, say, a 6 gigabyte movie?
For like a 4 gigabyte movie. I mean, maybe a 6 gigabyte is 20 minutes, but it's
Okay.
quite fast. The actual running of the DivX program is probably pretty slow because MPEG-4, like MPEG-2, shares the characteristics that the compression step is significantly more resource intensive and compute intensive than the decompression process. And at least in MPEG, I think it's on the order of 10 to 1 or something like that in terms of resource requirements on horsepower. So my guess is it's a very lengthy process with DivX on the order of many hours.
Okay. And what is the compression ratio that you get when you apply DivX to a MPEG-2 file? How much can you shrink it down? What percentage?
My understanding, again, I haven't seen DivX and what it allows you to do, but I know that the technologies underneath it in terms of MPEG, both MPEG-2 and MPEG-4, essentially allow the creator of the compressed content to control the amount of compression that is applied to the content. So there may be no theoretical limit to how small you could make it. Of course, you would lose quality to some degree as you go down the curve.
Is MPEG-2 a lossy compression
Yes, it is.
technology? How about MPEG-4?
MPEG-4 is also a lossy compression technology.
Okay, so you're saying you could essentially compress it as much as you want to using DivX? Could compress, let's strike that. You're saying you could compress the DVD files as much as you want to using DivX?
I'm sure there are effective limits, but essentially, yeah, you can kind of if you want, dial in what kind of bit rate you want to have.
Okay, is that, at that point, are you talking about compressing or are you talking about stripping out information in order to make the file smaller? Or a combination of the two?
Compressing is essentially lossy compression, like MPEG is in fact, maybe stripping isn't the right word, but you essentially lose detail in order to compress it.
Okay, am I wrong in also thinking that it's a way of, it's a mathematical, or straight that, it's a program that enables you to describe the information in a mathematically more efficient way?
Yeah, one of the advantages of MPEG-4, in fact, one of the original design purposes of MPEG-4 was to allow high-quality video to be created at much lower bit rates than the original MPEG-2 and MPEG-1 proposals.
Now, is it true that the mathematics behind MPEG-2 and now MPEG-4 are sort of reaching a point of no return in terms of how much more they can compress, and that in order to get more efficient compression technologies, there's going to have to be some kind of mathematical breakthrough?
There certainly doesn't need to be a mathematical breakthrough. I mean, there are other compression technologies that are arguably better than MPEG. such as wavelets and fractals that are reasonably fundamentally different and can result in considerably higher compression ratios.
And
In fact, MPEG-4 is a combination of the MPEG compression, the traditional MPEG-2, which is a discrete cosine transform compression technology, and the wavelet technology. And MPEG-4 is actually again, depending on the functions of the compression engine and what it chooses to do, can be a fairly complex description of the video, but that can result in far higher compression algorithms with less loss of data than one would get with straight MPEG-2 compression at the same size.
or how about compared to MPEG-4 or DivX?
That's what I meant. MPEG-4
That's okay. You're saying MPEG-4
was designed specifically to give you a good or far better video quality at low bit rates, or low bit rate equates to small file sizes.
Okay, and when do we expect the next compression technology to be rolled out?
Exactly the form of the question you can answer.
There are, I'm sure, many people working in labs and universities all over now on that. I think MPEG-4 is just now starting to really roll out in any significant degree.
In fact, DivX is sort of came out almost before MPEG-4.
Yeah, they were a very early user of the technology, yes.
Wait, that was your DivX?
No, DivX, not my
DivX
DivX.
is an early user of M. Okay, I'm sorry. Go, okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to work back to some of the DivX questions. Take a look at your second supplemental declaration, which is Exhibit 5.
Okay.
If you would, take a look at that. Let's sort of walk our way through this. In paragraph 1A, you say that you're going to address defendant's claim that DeCSS has no use in connection with the copying or piracy of DVD movies. First of all, where did you get this claim that defendant's claim is that DeCSS has no use in connection with copying or piracy?
To give you specific references, I would have to look at there were a large number of affidavits from the defense.
Okay.
But there were, I know there were discussions that are partly addressed by this around that, well, you don't need DeCSS to make what are called pirated copies or bit-for-bit copies of DVDs. And there were examples presented of other types of piracy, but to my reading, they described that as implying that those types of piracy made it unnecessary to have DeCSS, and I don't agree with that particular, conclusion of those affidavits.
Is this your own statement, or did a prosecutor lawyer write this for you? That defendants claim that DeCSS has no use in connection with copying or piracy.
A prosecutor lawyer is the one who edited this, or edited, I shouldn't say, who did the actual typing of the text. I helped create the essence of the text and clearly agreed with and extensively edited all of this text and helped create wrote certain sections. Not myself, but did the first drafts, I guess, directly myself for certain sections.
And in throughout this declaration, you used the word copying or piracy, those two words, a number of times. What do you mean by copying?
Copying is the making, and I guess if you want to give me specific examples in here, I don't want to say this applies to every possible example because I would want to look at specific examples, but copying in general in the context of what's being discussed here would imply the copying of the content onto other places and people and distribution and that type of stuff.
Okay.
Further copying.
Copying includes within its meaning the concept of distribution. It's copying and distribution, or is it just copying?
You're asking him for...
Yeah, I want his definition as he uses the word copying in his declaration.
And you're asking whether distribution is part of the definition of
Yeah.
copying in his
Declaration?
declaration.
Right. I mean, he said copying from one place to another place and then
Right, and
expanded on
and
that.
the I guess the essence of that in again, I'll need to look at exact instances of the word copy, okay, but the essence here is in the sense of that piracy is more than the commercial, the sale for profit of a piece of content, which is what in my I guess core read of the claims from the defendant's affidavits was the piracy. This thing was the claims from the affidavits that piracy was really only for-profit sale of content. Okay, and what I was getting at here is very much that piracy is much more than that. Any illegal use of the content. If I take a piece of content, okay, and I make a copy of that tape. If I go to Blockbuster and rent the tape and I make a copy of that tape and I give that tape to my neighbor, okay, that is piracy of the content. It's theft of copyrighted materials.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you buy a videotape and make a copy of that videotape and give it to your neighbor, is that piracy?
If I give it to my neighbor to watch?
No, give it to him.
If I give it to him? To my personal understanding of what's allowed and not allowed, yeah, that's piracy.
Okay, and if you buy a CD and you make a tape of it to play in your car, leave it in your car, is that piracy?
In the case of a CD, it is my personal understanding that that may be legal, and it's certainly widespread.
Okay, and if you buy a video cassette and you take it home and watch it, and then trade it with your neighbor for a video cassette that your neighbor's purchased, is that piracy?
If I give him the original video cassette I had, no, that's not piracy.
Okay.
To my personal understanding, again, I am not one to make legal opinions.
No.
And I didn't object because I thought that was fairly self-evident, but whatever.
Yeah, I think it is. So I just want to get back to your the definitions that you use in your declaration of copying, and then the definition you use of piracy. Because we were talking about copying, and you got into piracy. And rather than just tell me this as what it is not, that it's somehow different than what the defendants use the word piracy as, I'd like you to tell me what is your definition of the word copying.
Copying is making additional copies of the content after, I mean, obviously DeCSS is making this copy, right? I mean, but we're copying here refers to making further copies of the DeCSS content.
So it's decrypted content. You're talking about decrypted content, or you're talking about any kind of copy? But here you're talking about copying the decrypted files that result when DeCSS is applied to a DVD. And making additional copies of that.
I would, again, I would have to read it through it, and I'd be happy to do that if you want me to.
You did it before.
I think that may apply. Well, I wasn't reading it for your particular purpose.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. Let's get a working.
If you have a particular.
No, I don't. I really want to know what the terms that were that you used in this declaration. How about this? Rather than belabor too much, let's get a working definition, and you should feel free to amend it or clarify it as we go through your declaration.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to be uncomfortable.
No,
so let's.
Can we use the word for copying as the making of additional or proliferation of additional copies of the content?
Okay. When you say proliferation, does copy include within it some concept of distribution? Or is it just making copies?
I object to the form of the question in light of the witness's, I think, repeated statements that he would need to make reference to the term in various places in the declaration. But if he can answer, he can answer. I mean,
let's be clear. Mr. Schumann read through this about 2 hours ago.
Yes, he did.
The whole thing. He adopted it.
Yes, he did.
Which is fair enough. And he wrote it. And he wrote it a month ago.
Right.
And this is not a difficult term. This is a term that's very basic to this case, the term copying. And then I'm asking about the term piracy. I understand your hesitance to box yourself in, and I respect that.
Well, I'm not sure that's...
Well, no, I don't mean that in a negative way. If you're using a term, you want to make sure that the term applies as you've used it, and I understand that, which is why I say you should feel free to amend it as we go through. I just want to get a sense of what it is. So is it copying and distribution? Is it making numerous copies of the content of the decrypted DVD?
Well, I have the same objection. Again, I mean, if you can answer it, you're free to answer.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would essentially say it's the making of any copies after or either before or after DeCSS has occurred.
Okay. And how about piracy?
I have the same objection, but again, the same instruction. You can answer it, certainly.
Again, there's an issue of definition of I guess, the legal questions here, or what's, quote, legal versus...
I'm asking...
Again, I don't...
you.
But in this particular context, I want to... part of what I was trying to convey here is that the copying of content, even with your friends in the video case we exampled, is certainly in my mind the equivalent of piracy, or is piracy. It's part of piracy.
Okay. Does piracy, as you use in this declaration, include within it the concept that money is being paid for a copy?
It does not.
I have two. Yeah.
Okay.
I object to the form, but you've answered.
That's fine. And how about copying?
How about what?
Copying. Same question with respect to the word copying.
Whether money's involved, you're saying? Okay, object to the form. You can answer.
The same as piracy, neither one way nor another. I don't believe they're necessarily related, either one of them, to the exchange of money.
Okay. Are there any non-infringing uses for DeCSS?
I object to I object to the form of the question. It does unquestionably call for a legal conclusion, and also one that I'm not even sure is relevant to the case. With that objection, you can answer if you understand.
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. Is there a use for DeCSS that does not involve copying?
Is there a use for DeCSS that does not involve copying? For use for whom?
For the person who's using the DeCSS. In other words, we had a discussion before about DeCSS's function being to decrypt and to copy onto the hard drive. Okay? And what I'm saying is that when I say a use for DeCSS, I mean with use of the copy made by DeCSS.
Right. Is there... And my question is, are you asking a legal question? Is there a legal use for DeCSS?
No, I mean, is there an actual use? But, okay, I'll ask it a different way. Can you use DeCSS to decrypt a file so that you can view a DVD movie that you've purchased on a Linux machine?
I understand. You're asking whether that's physically possible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, can you use a file, the movie file that's been decrypted by DeCSS, to take some clip from that file to use in, let's say, a high school term paper.
And again, with the same qualification, you're not asking for a legal question, you're saying, can it physically be
Yeah,
done?
can you
Is
do
it
it?
technically possible?
Yes. Okay. Is that a use that can be made of the DCSS file?
It is. Now, if you made a copy for the term paper, you would be, I would presume, be making a copy of at least portions of the file, because you would store them in the resultant output file.
Sure. Sure.
Yes.
Let's say, yeah, you want to do a digital presentation, plug your computer into a projector, and, with a combination of text and images, and you pull pieces of images from different movies that you've used DCSS to decrypt. Could you do that?
It is technically possible.
Okay. Can you use well, I won't ask you about region coding because we've already gone through that. Let's see. Okay, in paragraph 3, you say that you note that copying, and this is the copying of DCSS after it decrypts, is not an essential step to decryption or viewing of CSS-protected DVD content. Is that statement limited to the viewing of CSS-protected DVD content on CSS-equipped DVD players?
No, it is not. Oh, wait. Can you re-ask that question?
Okay. Sorry.
On licensed?
CSS equipped. I'm not asking a legal question whether it's licensed or not.
Okay, can we reread the question, please? Thanks.
I read so badly on these things. It's terrible.
Well, this is a...
In paragraph 3, you said you would note that copying, and this is the copying of CSS after it decrypts, is not an essential step to decryption or viewing of DCSS protected content. Is that statement limited to the viewing of CSS protected viewing content on CSS equipped DVD players? Answer: no, it's not. Wait.
No, I think you got that wrong.
I think...
Or is that what I said?
If it is, it's hard
not
to
quite what you
understand.
said.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Let me try
Not where I
again.
was understanding what.
No, I think there was the word DVD was in there somewhere, but I probably slurred on it and you missed it.
Well, let's try it.
Let's try again. Is that let's see. Copying is not an essential step to decryption or viewing of CSS protected DVD content. Can't remember what I asked. Can you read that again? Please. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I don't know what's going on. Here we go.
Okay, let's see. Okay, wait. Okay, all right. You say copy, and this is copy, and it says is not an essential step to description or viewing of decision protected content. Is that there's it. Is that statement limited to the viewing of CSS protected viewing content on CSS equipped DVD players?
I'm sorry. Is that a question that you're now
Have you
posing to the
decided what
witness?
you want to? I'm sorry, I
I
wasn't.
think that's the question.
Okay, can you?
Is that statement?
Let's start with the statement.
Yeah.
Okay, the statement is such copying is not an essential step to decryption or viewing of CSS protected DVD content.
Okay.
And my question to you was, is that statement limited to the viewing of CSS protected DVD viewing content on a CSS equipped DVD player?
That viewing in the middle threw me off. Is that copying?
Is that statement limited to the viewing of CSS protected DVD content on a CSS equipped DVD player?
Oh.
If you need it back, you can get it back from the reporter.
No, I think I know it.
Oh, you do?
Did you have a comment?
No, I don't have any comment.
Okay.
I think I understand.
So I was trying to. That comment The short answer is yes.
Okay. And I assume that as soon as a Linux player is available, that comment will also apply to a Linux player, a Linux DVD player. That comment will apply to a Linux DVD player.
That
In other words, that
would-
copying is not an essential step to decryption of CSS protected DVD content. That you would agree that it is not an essential step to the decryption of DVD content on a Linux DVD player.
I object to the form of the question.
I agree, and I would like to make clear that I do not imply or say that the opposite or the inverse of your question is true.
Which is what?
That if a DVD player does not have CSS, that DCSS is necessary or desirable.
Okay, if you have a DVD player that is not equipped with CSS, how do you watch a CSS-equipped movie without copying?
You add the CSS decryption to the player.
Okay, how do you watch a CSS-equipped movie on a DVD player that does not have CSS? I'm not asking what you can add to it. I'm asking how do you watch it? If that's what you've got, how do you watch it?
Well, wait, I'm sorry. I thought it was how could you watch it without making a copy? Or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me rephrase it.
It is.
Okay.
In an absolute sense, you would need to decrypt the content prior to watching it with this theoretical playback system you have. I believe my statement in my affidavit revolves around desirability of such and whether it is not an absolute statement, it is a relative statement.
Okay, we can disagree with that. I'll just read your full statement.
Okay.
It says such copying is not an essential step to decryption or viewing of CSS-protected DVD content and would not be desirable from a functional standpoint.
Wait.
That's correct.
Okay? Now, my question to you is if you are one of the millions of people who use Linux and do not have a CSS-equipped DVD,
Yes.
DVD player for your Linux box,
That's correct.
okay, but you do have a DVD drive, isn't copying an essential step of viewing a CSS-protected DVD?
No.
How do you watch it
You don't
otherwise?
have a DVD player either.
I think you're splitting hairs there. Isn't it an
I
essential?
don't
Isn't it an essential step? That is the question. Not the only step, but an essential step.
The removal of the CSS encryption is necessary. My statement says that
Okay.
the copying is unnecessary.
Okay, how do you
Or
remove?
unessential, I should
Okay, how do you remove in real life? How do you remove the CSS encryption without copying?
In the Linux environment, you take the code snippets that are now widely available, and you add them to your open source DVD or your open source player, whatever that is. Okay, this is the advantage of that environment. Okay, and now you have no need to copy, and in fact the playback environment is much, much improved because you don't have to wait for the copy to complete before you can watch the movie.
Okay, I think we're both agreed on that, but I think we're also agreed that there is no Linux DVD player at this point, right? If you want, we can leave an open space here, and you can go home and see if the Sigma designs and the InterVideo are vaporware or real.
No, the Linux environment, as I believe I described in one of these documents, has a limited function MPEG playback environment that existed in I believe, the August timeframe. This environment was an open source environment, to my knowledge, and thus is a fairly simple engineering exercise to take the CSS decryption function and include it in that playback environment, even though it would not be a fully functional DVD player, but would allow you to, at some degree, watch the content, okay, again, without the need for a unnecessary and undesirable intermediate step of having to write the content to your hard drive.
Okay. Has anyone done that you know of? That fairly simple engineering exercise you just described?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't looked.
What specialized knowledge does that take?
Not a ton.
Okay, if you don't have that specialized knowledge, do you have any choice but to use something like DeCSS to decrypt and copy a DVD movie before playing it back?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
You can answer that question.
You can answer. Maybe can we get it back?
Do you need it?
I'd like it, whether he needs it or not. I want to hear it.
Question, okay, if you don't have that specialized knowledge, do you have any choice but to use something like DeCSS to decrypt and copy a DVD movie before playing it back?
Okay, I've stated my objection. You can answer if you're able to.
Do you have any choice? I imagine you have choices, yeah.
Okay. Let's take 1 minute. He's got to change the tape.
That's fine.
Okay.
Can we take, 5?
No.
We'll take 5 anyway.
Darn it, okay.
No,
No, you can take 5. You can take 7.
Okay. Videotape deposition, Mr. Robert Schumann.
Question, okay, if you don't have that specialized knowledge, do you have any choice but to use something like DeCSS to decrypt and copy a DVD movie before playing it back? The answer, do you have a choice? I'd imagine you'd have choices, yeah.
What are your choices?
How did I know you're going to ask that question?
And I gave Mr. Schumann an opportunity to think about it, too.
He probably knew, too.
I mean, in any environment, a user who doesn't have the technology to do what they want has choices to use technology. But I mean, if you have a videotape and you don't have a videotape player, what are your choices? Well, yeah, you could find a way to build one for you, or you could go buy one, or you can play around and try to figure out how to make one. I mean, you have choices.
Okay, what I'm talking about is a situation where you have a computer, where you have a DVD drive, and where you have a DVD that you've purchased, and you want to play it.
Yeah.
But your computer is a Linux player, so what you don't have is a CSS-equipped DVD player.
Okay.
Well, all right. Okay.
You don't have a CSS-equipped Linux player. What are your choices?
Yeah.
You could, are we talking legal choices or illegal choices?
I'm not asking you.
Technological choices?
let's talk about,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technological choices. The unspoken colloquy between Mr.
don't want-
Mervis and myself was to the effect that we're not asking you about legal or illegal, we're asking you about technology.
So my technological choices could include things like steal a copy of Windows and steal a Windows player and play it that way.
Okay, you've seen...
I'm not saying it's a legal choice, but it's clearly a technological choice.
I understand what you're saying. You said that you viewed I guess You've Got Mail, which you decrypted with DeCSS. How did the quality of that compare to the DVD?
The quality of what I viewed
Yes.
in the case where I did it for, I guess, the third affidavit I did, it was identical to the quality of the base DVD.
Okay. In paragraph 4, initially, use the word piracy again in this first line of this. Are you using it in the same way that you have described it before?
Yes, in fact, I think this paragraph essentially tries to get to what I was saying before. That
Piracy is the unauthorized copying and transmission by and among a vast number of individual computer users of copyrighted works utilizing compression technologies that enable a considerable amount of data to be copied, stored, and transferred.
I'm sorry, I object to the form of the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Piracy, the unauthorized copying and transmission by and among vast amounts of users of copyrighted work. I don't have the quote.
Copyrighted works utilizing compression technologies that enable a considerable amount of data to be copied, stored, and transferred in a much more manageable form.
And I'm sorry, I'm missing
Is that
where the
piracy?
question. Oh, thank you. I was missing the question part of that. Is that piracy?
You said
Yes,
that.
certainly in my personal understanding, absolutely, that's piracy.
Okay, and is that the definition of piracy that you're using in this declaration?
It is part of the definition of what I would define as piracy in this declaration.
Okay. Now, you understand that commercial piracy is something different than, let's say, home piracy?
Well, I object to the form. You can answer.
You can answer.
If you're referring to my use of the word commercial in here, and particularly I believe in that paragraph, I would need to look through to make sure I'm consistent, but for the purposes of this paragraph, I use that solely to distinguish piracy that is related to the earning of dollars versus piracy that's not related to money-based transactions, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned earlier bit-by-bit copying. Now, is that what I'm just going to sort of give a term to you here. A professional pirate would use to make a pirated DVD?
I very much object to the form of the question. You can answer.
Are you talking exclusively, or
No.
I mean, it's a tool that can be used.
And is that a tool that can be used to make an exact copy of a DVD?
That's essentially what that tool would do.
Okay. And are you aware that DVDs are sold in Taipei or Hong Kong on the streets for $3, $4, $5?
I'm aware from general knowledge, not
Okay.
personal knowledge.
And do you know if those are bit-by-bit copies?
I do not know the nature of all of those copies. I know they come in various forms.
Okay. For a individual who has a CSS-equipped DVD player, is it more convenient for that person to take the amount of time to decrypt and DivX a DVD and engage in trading of DVD movies online? Or is it more convenient to purchase, let's say, a pirated DVD for $4 or $5?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
You can answer.
That depends entirely on the circumstances under which those things are available. If I have to fly to Taipei to buy the $3 copy, it's much more convenient to get it through trading over the internet, even at 56 kilobit per second modem speeds.
Okay, turning back to DivX. Paragraph 6, you talk about high ratio compression technologies such as DivX. I'd like you to take a look at Stevenson Declaration, which is Exhibit 6. And if you would, let's read through it.
Exhibit, is that?
Yeah, this is it.
That's it. Okay, yes, okay.
Let's start with paragraph 3.
Yes.
And I'd like you to look through paragraph 3 and tell me if there's anything in that paragraph that you disagree with.
I'm not sure I fully agree with all of this.
Okay, what do you not agree with?
Should we do it sentence by sentence again, perhaps?
I would, just for speed's sake, why don't you just pick out the sentences you disagree with, and we'll assume that you agree with the rest.
Okay. The third sentence, DivX is, however, far from the threat that plaintiffs and the MPA make it out to be.
Okay.
I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
Okay.
And the rest to the, I essentially agree with.
Okay. Now let's turn to paragraph 4. And I'm going to ask you to look, just so you know, at paragraphs 4, 5, 6, and 7.
I'm sorry, you want to look at all of those now?
Yeah, but let's do it one paragraph at a time.
Okay. Okay. I've read 4. I'm sorry, your question?
Is there any part of that paragraph with which you disagree?
The second paragraph, the results are, sentence, excuse me, the second sentence relating to the video quality. As we discussed earlier, is entirely dependent, again, I can't speak from personal knowledge of DivX, but from knowledge of MPEG-4 and the mechanisms employed, it's completely dependent on the compression ratio, the quality of the compression engine. There are a variety of parameters that would impact the, quote, resultant quality.
Okay, well, let's look at paragraph 7 of your second declaration, the June 1, the third declaration, the June 1 declaration. The last sentence.
Okay.
You say that you're referring to a 5 gigabyte DVD image when compressed using a high compression codec such as DivX will have a size of approximately 1.2 gigabytes, allowing it to be transferred. And then you talk about transfer speed. We'll come back to transfer speed. But let's use that. Well, first of all, how do you get 5 from saying that? What's the basis for your saying that DivX reduces 5 gigabytes to 1.2?
This statement was based on, I believe, press reports or articles, which may or may not have been done as attachments. I would have to look. That discuss the process of doing that and taking it to that size.
Okay. Now, if you plug in that 5 gigabyte to 1.2 gigabyte compression ratio, and let's say the file, and call that the file sizes that plaintiffs suggest in paragraph 4 of the Schumann affidavit, does that change your agreement or disagreement? The Stevenson.
The Stevenson.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Again, without having seen actual examples, I couldn't describe to you the degree of the loss of data.
Okay.
Again, it's widely dependent on many factors.
Okay.
But there will clearly be loss of quality, as we had discussed earlier.
Okay. So you would agree that it's not a perfect copy?
Of the original
Yeah.
DVD. I agree. That's what the first sentence says. I agree.
And you agree that there's a loss of quality, but you don't know what level of loss
It's very dependent.
would arise.
That's correct, and would be
Okay.
dependent from one example of use to another.
Okay. Now will you take a look at paragraph 5 and tell me what, if anything?
Of Schumann's definitely.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can we complete the
No,
discussion
paragraph
of
5
4?
of Stevenson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting very confused.
Oh, is there more in 4?
Do you want to, yeah.
Okay,
we only
please
made
go
it to
ahead.
sentence 2, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure I agree with I'm not sure I agree with the implications of the 4th sentence. I would want to clarify that. Or the last sentence.
The last sentence, such a copy, if made, is not a perfect digital master from which further copies could be made and distributed?
That's correct. I agree that it is not a perfect digital master in the sense the DVD is a perfect digital master. It is certainly a digital copy from which further digital copies could be made
Okay.
that are identical to that copy. So there's no generational loss from one DivX copy to the next.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
If you took a VHS cassette and digitized it,
Yes.
the resulting file would be a digital file,
Yes.
and every copy you made from that digital file would be of the same quality.
That's correct.
Okay.
In the same way this would be. Yes.
Got it. Okay, now please take a look at paragraph 5 and tell me if there's anything in there that you disagree with. And that's paragraph 5 of the Stevenson Declaration. Oh my God. Got it. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready. In the first sentence, there I think it's important to clarify that the essence of what he is saying is true in that the compression systems are algorithm-based. Okay. However, it's not clear that there is a theoretical perfect compression system, or maybe there is. Okay. the reality is each implementation of a compression mechanism, certainly in MPEG-2, and I have no reason to believe that's any different in MPEG-4. The size of the file and the quality of the result at a given bit rate is dependent on the quality of the algorithms used to create the compressed form of that file. Okay, and so it's not quite as straightforward as he describes here.
In what sense is it not?
That there's not, you can't say that, and he gets to that in last, where he implies that a file that's 1/5 the size of the previous file will be 1/5 as good. That's actually not true at all.
He says 1/5 the quality, 1/5 the image quality.
That's correct.
As measured in information content from the source DVD. Let me ask you a question that might help you out here.
Yes.
Are you taking issue? Are you saying that the term quality is a sort of is difficult to define? It doesn't necessarily mean the quality of the image you view.
There are two issues here.
Okay.
Okay. One is that there is a subjective quality issue, as you described, and that is true in any case.
Okay.
Okay. But even beyond that subjective quality issue, there is not a linear relationship, as he implies here, between what's typically in the industry called signal-noise ratio versus percentage of compression. Okay, in fact, and it's dependent on the algorithms used.
Okay.
So MPEG-2, if you go from 8 megabits per second to 9 megabits per second, you get very little gain in signal to noise on a normal picture. Okay, so the curve is that, but if you go very low, the quality signal noise drops off very fast. Okay, so it's more of a curve that goes like this than it is straight linear curves, as he would imply, particularly in the last sentence.
Do you have a sense of where that drop-off occurs in terms of loss of information?
That depends on the algorithm. I know in the MPEG-2 algorithm, the knee of the curve occurs somewhere around 1 to 2 megabits per second data rate, and the average DVD runs at 4.5 megabits per second.
Okay, and if you take an MPEG-2 and then use DivX, which is MPEG-4, essentially MPEG-4, to compress it further, when you have a double compression like that, where does the fall-off start to happen?
DivX does not actually double compress. What it would do is it would decompress the MPEG-2 to a non-compressed form and then compress it with the MPEG-4 algorithm. So then it would compress the decompressed image.
So the decompressed image, is there loss of data in decompressing the image?
There is no significant loss of data in the decompression step. The loss of data occurred in the compression step.
It has already happened.
That's correct, and it would occur again, obviously, in the compression step as you went from the decompressed form into the MPEG-4 form.
Okay, so with that clarification, where does the fall off occur with the MPEG-4?
I do not have the same level of knowledge in MPEG-4. I can, however, tell you that MPEG-4 was created specifically to move that knee, A, to flatten that curve more, and B, to move that knee to much lower bit rates.
Okay, but you don't know. Did it succeed in doing that? Do you have any idea?
To my knowledge, it did. I mean, if I remember correctly, the target was to allow full motion video at 128 kilobits per second. It was really intended to support modem-based video transfer and real-time video over modem. Streaming video over modem.
Okay. Take a look at paragraph. Do you have anything more on paragraph 5?
Hang on, let me make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, My main objection is that it's not nearly as linear as would be implied here, as directly mathematical as would be implied.
Okay. Okay, paragraph 6.
I have no reason to believe that. I certainly agree with the first parts from personal experience, and I'm not familiar enough with the second half to
Okay.
comment on
Now, finally, paragraph 7.
Not clear to me that first sentence follows from the previous section.
Why not? Would you have to do the math, or do you think there's something incorrect about it?
I don't have enough information here to make that judgment, and if this is based on, if the main profile that's described here is related to the MPEG-2 main profile I'm familiar with. In other words, the MPEG-2 algorithms are used for this comparison, and I don't know if they are or not.
Well, I think in paragraph 6 it says the comparisons was made by MPEG when evaluating MPEG-4 by showing samples to a test audience.
That's correct, and my assumption from reading this is that the ACE profile and the main profile are profiles or particular uses of the various technologies inside MPEG-4. Mm-hmm. Again, I don't know how those relate to the MPEG, I don't know in detail how the MPEG-4 main profile relates to the MPEG-2 main profile, but if I assume they are the same,
Okay.
which is likely or possible,
Mm-hmm.
Then these bit rates for the MPEG-2 main profile are extremely low. For MPEG-2 was never designed to run at these very low bit rates.
Okay, but how is that relevant to whether the claim that these figures support an increased coding efficiency of about 40% for DivX?
Again, the relationships here are at very particular bit rates. So I don't. This is again assuming a linear compression. I don't understand what they used for test cases here. I mean, there's not information that I can definitively give you an answer for this based on the material I have here.
I would just note for the record that in paragraph 6 of this declaration, there appears to be a URL typed in a link type format, which presumably would provide more information. And
right.
The witness has not seen that, as far as I know.
Well, let me ask, are you familiar with that website?
I'm not familiar with that particular website in detail, or certainly not that HTML document.
Okay, how about the MPEG/standards/MPEG-4/MPEG-4 Dutch?
I know that there are that the MPEG standards are widely distributed and freely available, so I have no reason to believe that this information is not there.
Have you ever reviewed them?
The
MPEG standards, not necessarily this at this website, but MPEG standards.
I have certainly reviewed MPEG-2 and MPEG-1 standards in detail.
MPEG-4 standards.
I have not. I'm not familiar with them to the level of detail I am with MPEG-2 standards. I have.
Okay.
Well, let's then assume, for purposes of analysis, that the increased coding efficiency of about 40% for DivX is correct.
For an equivalent level of quality.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the rest of the paragraph correct?
The rest of 7.
Yeah.
I'm fine with his size comparison. Well, by the little degradation in, I would say a 40% reduction in size and transfer time is not virtually nothing at all. It's a significant win, even just based on the pure exact copy. But if we go beyond that, okay.
Is it, practically speaking, a significant win, given existing internet access speeds? That you can take 7 gigabytes to 5 gigabytes. Does that give you any kind of real victory there?
It shaves you, assuming 5.7 or 5.75 is an actual 40% reduction, it saves you 40% of whatever time it is that it takes you to download, depending on what type of link you have.
Well, let's say you go from 18 hours to 13 hours. Is that a victory?
It's a pretty good win.
Okay.
If that's the time you're talking about. Now, relative to the sentence where he says, in order to fit the newly DivX compressed bit stream onto even 2 CDs, it would be necessary to discard 74% of the recorded data. I wouldn't describe what occurs in that way at all. You're not discarding 70, you are making the file 74% smaller. But that does not in any way imply that you are making it, that you are losing 3/4 of the information that's there.
How are you making it 74% smaller?
You are doing stronger compression and introducing additional artifacts. But the reason compression works is because that these compressions work at all is that you can in fact remove, and the whole process by which these compression mechanisms work is that they take advantage of the characteristics of the human eyes and the human visual sensory system in order to remove what becomes essentially redundant information to the eye, even though it's not redundant in a digital sense, in that you cannot recreate the original. To a human, it appears that you lose far less than you have actually reduced the size of the file.
Okay.
So for example, MPEG-2 in its normal use does as on a DVD, he runs typically at around a 30-to-1 compression ratio. Okay, so that there is only 3.3% in the way he characterizes it is here. I would say that 97% of the data has been discarded. Mm-hmm. But yet DVD is widely agreed to be the best video format in existence. Mm-hmm. Okay, but yet I have, quote, discarded 97% of the data.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't agree with the implications of what's characterized here, although in a strictly technical sense you might, in a literal sense of what's written here, right, it might be true, but it's not effectively true.
Okay, so you're saying, practically speaking, the image quality is in 74% worse.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we're also, just to be very clear, you're talking about further compressing
the remaining 3% of the data that's left after you've done the initial compression.
That's correct. You have decompressed it back to a viewed image as a human would see and are recompressing it to a new size. That's
The
correct.
viewed image that you've recompressed it to contains only 3% of the material the information that you started out with before you applied MPEG-2.
No, it is only 3% the size. The resultant file size is only 3% of the original file size.
Okay.
The actual, from a human visual perception standpoint,
From a digital standpoint, how much do you lose?
you don't, from a digital standpoint, you don't, again, that's kind of the point I was trying to make. You don't really talk about losing anything. You can only say the file was smaller or bigger and how much smaller. But from a digital standpoint, in some essence, you lose it all because there is no exact copies of any of the original data left. It is only the nature of these compressions are that you can't recreate the original. But the whole purpose of these compressions is to fool the human eyes into believing that they are identical. I mean, that's the art of creating these compression algorithms.
Okay. In paragraph 7, you talk about, and
We're back to his now.
yeah, this is of yours.
Of mine.
Yeah, we're
I'm
done.
sorry.
We're done.
Okay,
with,
we're back to.
done with Mr. Stevenson.
We're done. We can close them up and. Okay.
You talk about the examples in defendants' papers rely on fairly low bandwidth devices such as 56K modem connections. And then you say the real users of these technologies. Now, who are the real users? And these technologies, I take it, are the technologies like DivX and file sharing technologies?
To a large.
You take a look back and make sure that that's what you're referring to when you say these technologies. And then if you would answer.
Yeah, I would tend to agree DivX and DeCSS and those types of environments.
And who are the real users of these technologies?
Based on my reviews of the certainly of the development logs and other environments where these systems are discussed. Again, this is based on my personal observations. It would appear that the bulk of the users are typically in college or of college age or are working in high-tech environments where these types of capabilities exist.
Now, you said you referred to the development logs. That's Schumann Exhibit 2. The people who post messages in that development log identify themselves as college students or?
Some do, yes.
Okay. So by reading those development logs, you're able to determine that most of the people involved in the development of a Linux DVD player are college students?
Object to the form of the question.
Yeah, certainly a substantial number of them were, yes.
Okay, and did any of the people in the development log say that they use DivX?
I don't believe in the development log DivX existed in the form it does now during the period covered by these development logs.
Did any of them indicate that they were engaged or wanted to be engaged in trading movies on file sharing technologies?
I don't recall specific examples in these development logs of the people who were working in these logs indicating that they desired to do those types of things. However, they widely discussed that would be a likely use of these types of technologies and that there were significant issues in that regard.
Was that a predominant theme of these logs?
The legal ramifications and legal issues and copying of content was widely and continuously discussed throughout the logs, yes.
Would you call that a major threat or a minor threat?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Was that one of the main points of discussion, or was that a minor point of discussion?
I'm sorry, can you explain, are you still asking the old question too?
No, I'm talking about the development logs, where the development logs focus predominantly on the development of a Linux DVD player, and such that the legal ramifications of copying were a minor subset of that discussion, or was that a major part of the discussion?
So I have to object to the form of the question.
You can answer.
Yeah. The threat of copying and the threat of copying and the issues of legal use of content were certainly not the predominant issue of discussion on the logs, but they were also a continual discussion.
How many messages are in that stack of postings?
I assume you're not looking for an exact...
Approximately. Mr. Schumann read them all, so I want to get an
I'm
approximate.
not sure he counted them all.
Yeah, God, I did count them there. I would hazard to guess there may be thousands.
Okay, would you say hundreds talked about?
I mean, again, it's a hazarding guess, but yeah, I would not be at all surprised if there were hundreds of discussions in there related to legal issues.
The legal issues about copying and file sharing.
As well as other legal issues related to the legality of playback of content and the creation of legal playback environments.
Okay, 100 or 200? Is that a rough
Again,
guess?
I'm hazarding a guess.
Would that be a rough estimate?
It might be more, it might be 300, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure somebody could go in and count, but it's a very tedious exercise.
We'd be here for a long time.
Yeah. Okay. And apart from the development log, which doesn't address DivX and doesn't address file sharing technologies,
Yes.
apart from the development logs, your understanding of the real users of DivX and file sharing technologies is based on what?
It's based on the essentially, partially also based essentially on the identical or conceptually identical problem that exists today in the music industry.
You're talking about Napster.
Napster and, well, not just Napster, but MP3 files, which have been an issue for far longer even than Napster is a recent innovation.
Right.
But clearly there is I think, a significant body of evidence that the primary users of that technology exist in the college and student domains.
And so you're essentially speculating that the same users will become users of shared movies.
Check to the form of the question.
That it is not pure speculation. I also have knowledge, personal knowledge of multiple individuals who gained access to movies through those mechanisms.
Okay, who are these individuals?
One of them is a cousin of mine, and the other one is a girl I talked to at a party, and I don't recall her name.
All right, so two individuals. Is your cousin a college student?
He's a brother of a college student. So I guess I know his brother did it too, if you want.
So the college student and the brother of the college student trade movies online?
I am aware that they have discussed that movies are downloaded and they have viewed movies that have come and been downloaded over the internet.
Okay, and do they know what the source of those movies were?
I do not know. I didn't have a discussion with them about that.
Mm-hmm. And the brother's a college student? Where's he a college student?
In Germany.
Okay, and do you know what his internet access is? Access speed is?
Through his university.
Do you know what that university's access speed is?
What their access, what is?
Access speed, their connection, their internet
I have
connection.
I have no knowledge.
Okay, and the girl at a party, was she a college student?
Yes, she was.
Okay, where was she a student?
I think she was at William and Mary or one of the Virginia schools.
Does she trade movies online?
She described viewing her movies online.
She views them online. That's streaming video?
I don't know. I don't believe we discussed the exact source of how she got it, but she described watching it, getting the movie over the internet and watching it on her PC.
Did she download it and then watch it, or did she watch it as it came in live in real time from the internet?
I don't know whether she, again, I don't know whether she downloaded it to her PC or played it off of a server or someone else's PC in the university. I don't believe she gave any indication that it was streaming real time off the outside internet.
What movie did she watch?
I don't recall.
Did she tell you how big the file was?
No, we didn't discuss the size of the file.
Did she tell you what the quality was?
I think we discussed that the quality was not, wasn't great.
And then how many movies did she watch like that? Movies.
We didn't talk about a quantity, but she described this as a not highly unusual occurrence.
That she does.
It was not a one-time event.
Okay. And apart from those three people, what other basis do you have for saying that the real users of these technologies are college students?
I'm not sure. Well, the objection, I think it mischaracterizes the passage that we're talking about. But
Okay.
in any event, you can answer.
I mean, I think we talked about that there, again, it's based on a combination of factors, personal experience of people's willingness to do that type of thing, the availability of the technology in that environment, and a clear demonstration of the willingness of people in that environment to engage in these types of clearly illegal access to people's copyrighted works through the music business.
All of the people in those environments?
Certainly not all the people, no.
What percentage of the people?
I have no direct knowledge.
Are you, just to be clear, is this an area in which you are an expert?
What's the demographics?
No, what he's just been testifying to. The three factors that he explained also influenced his conclusion that the real users were college students, which is the willingness of these people to, if you want, you can read them back to him.
That's right. I think we talked about that. Again, it's based on a combination of factors, personal experience of people's willingness to do that type of thing, the availability of the technology in that environment, and the clear demonstration of the willingness of people in that environment to engage in these types of clearly illegal access to people's copyrighted works through the music business.
And your question is whether he's an expert on with regard to any of those statements? Okay, that's fine.
I would not, those are my personal conclusions and beliefs. I would not characterize myself as an expert on usage of these technologies.
Sorry. When did you graduate from college?
1985.
And did you do any postgraduate work?
Not formal postgraduate. I've done seminars and things of that nature.
When was the last time you spent any appreciable time on a college campus with college students?
Oh, a long time ago.
Okay. You talk about, okay, let's look at the experiment. Let's look at, strike that. Let's look at the statement that a 5 gigabyte DVD disc image can be transferred over 100 megabit per second Ethernet link in under 7 minutes. I think you said before that that was not based on an experiment, but that is a theoretical maximum using the calculated, I guess, by using the size of the DVD disc image and the theoretical maximum speed of the Ethernet link. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's using the same formula discussion we had used in the previous deposition.
Right. Is that a valid way to calculate transfer speeds on the internet?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
You can answer that.
Sure, you can answer.
It's yeah, it's a valid way of calculating speeds.
Okay, is it a scientifically valid way of calculating actual transfer speeds that can be achieved?
Object to the form of the question.
It is a it is a way of calculating an upper bound as to what can be achieved.
Have you ever achieved the theoretical maximum transfer rate?
Gotten very close, yes.
How close have you gotten?
I believe it would be on the order of 90-some+%.
Tell me what the circumstances were.
It would have, again, I would have done this a long time ago. This is not relative to any exercise for this. This is my previous work in networking and development of networks. But at the time, it's possible to achieve 90% or so throughput on an Ethernet.
A consistent 90% on an Ethernet.
Under very controlled circumstances, yes.
What are the controlled circumstances?
You need to be in an environment where you do not have, for Ethernet networking.
Right.
Okay.
This is not Internet. This is a LAN.
This is a LAN, and this is a the LAN. You need to essentially have, I guess, a dedicated circuit, if you will, in that LAN, either by being the only people on the Ethernet or using a switch to provide you, in essence, a virtual dedicated connection.
If you use a switch so that you have a virtual dedicated connection, what happens when two people come together at the same switch?
I'm sorry, for what?
If for example, they're sending something outside of the limited dedicated Ethernet connection.
I'm sorry, I still don't quite understand. I don't know how to map this to my knowledge of networking. What exactly?
Okay,
Maybe you
well,
can phrase the question a different way. I'm not trying to evade you. I just
okay. No, I'm probably asking an inartful question. Well, you said that you would use a switch to get yourself a virtual dedicated Ethernet.
A dedicated connection.
Connection between two computers, say?
Yes.
Okay, now let's say there's a third computer, and
Okay.
you want to go through the switch to the third computer.
So you want to have two computers talking to a single third computer.
Right.
Okay.
Do you get a slowdown at the switch such that you're not running at the theoretical maximum anymore?
You would be constrained by the port from the third computer to the switch, not necessarily by the switch.
Okay. Have you ever seen that type of efficiency on the internet?
Actually, certainly seen, I don't know if it was exactly 90%, but I've seen very high efficiency ratios relative to my individual port speed, yes.
Okay, and what were the circumstances of that?
See that all the time with downloads of stuff from the internet, files.
What's your port speed?
On my dial-up modems, it's 56, typically 56, depends, of course, on the connection you get.
And you get a download of what, about 50?
And
50K?
you can get, 45 or 50K pretty easily for big files.
Okay. And for a file of like 1 gigabyte, does that get you very far? In other words, doesn't it take so long to download a file of that size that that level of efficiency isn't particular.
On a 56 kilobit connection, it's a pretty long time to wait. Sure.
Okay.
It gets there, but it takes a long time.
In reality, in the real world, can you ever hope to achieve at or near the maximum transfer rate?
In switch networks with efficient switches, which many modern switches are, and with efficient ports, you should be able to achieve real world probably 80%.
Okay, now
on
that's
good ports, 80 to 90%.
Is that statement based on any experience?
Absolutely.
Okay, is that based on any experience with, say, college campuses? Because this is what we're focused on.
It's based on experience with, not with college campuses, but with corporate environments. Large corporate environments.
Like what?
Multi-building corporate campuses.
And from any one port to any other port, you can operate at about 80% of the maximum theoretical transfer speed of information.
It is certainly possible to architect the network if that's what the architecture is attempting to achieve.
Okay. What I'm asking, though, is in the real world, is that what occurs? Do you architect networks so that you can operate at 80% of maximum possible?
Ideally, you do, sure.
Okay. Let's mark as exhibit 7 the declaration of Olegario Craig.
Two of them? There's something called supplement, is that? Do you want this?
Yeah, and there's a supplement to it as well.
One exhibit?
Yeah. Have you ever seen this before?
Yes, I have. The first one I have. I don't.
The supplement is well, it's entitled Description of Hardware and Methodology Used for Tests Mentioned.
Oh, okay. This was attached to the earlier one. Yeah, then I saw this.
It's a single exhibit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I saw this also. Then.
Okay. Okay, could you look at paragraph 4, where Mr. Craig states that in order to assess Mr. Schumann's transfer speed claims, I performed the following tests, the precise details of which are set forth in the supplement to the...
Yes.
Okay, do you have any reason to doubt the results achieved by the tests set forth in paragraph 4?
Do I have any reason to believe that Olegario, which saw these results, I have no reason to believe that he would lie about the results he saw.
Okay, and are these results that you would expect to see?
If I remember from my previous math on some of these, I would be quite surprised by some of these results.
Because? Why would you be surprised?
The efficiency and utilization of the systems was extremely low in some cases.
Look at subparagraph D in particular. Now, do you agree with this paragraph? Let's assume that that he achieved the results that he said he achieved.
Okay.
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 His conclusion is that a single direct crossover connection between two computers using 100 megabit per second networking
is he states that this is the absolute best case possible scenario. Would you agree with that? And in terms of getting a maximum efficient transfer rate.
In terms of a theoretical connection of two machines, in terms of raw network infrastructure, I agree.
Okay. And would you agree that you would never see this type of direct connection on a normal LAN?
Not. You would. I agree that you would never see a physical crossover cable as he describes it here on a normal LAN, but I do not agree that current networking technology does not do this, because this is essentially what the switch technology does.
Okay.
It tries to implement these types of connections as much as possible.
Okay, you haven't been involved in networking for about 5 years, is that correct?
I haven't. It hasn't been a day-to-day part of my job.
Okay, and is it your testimony that current networks are designed to achieve, if not the physical direct one-to-one connection, a virtual one-to-one connection?
I object to the form.
They are. The component referred to as switched hubs or switched architecture attempts to maximize these types of interconnections to get as close to a direct connection as possible. Now, there are, of course, many factors that go into the effectiveness and capability of these hubs, et cetera, to do that.
See, I'm asking about the real world
I understand.
institution, or the real world construction of these networks, not theoretical construction. Because what we're talking about is the feasibility of transferring large files over the internet.
I agree, yes.
So we've got to deal with what's actually out there, not what's theoretically possible. So then my question to you is, in the real world, is your testimony that switched hub networks that are being built today and that have been built in the last 5 years, let's say, achieve this sort of virtual one-to-one connectivity?
Switched LAN networks do to a large degree. Now, there are all of the hubs or these switch points have performance limitations that they cannot usually cannot run all of their ports switched at exactly the same time. But they attempt to achieve that as much as possible.
Okay. Does the result that Mr. Craig achieved on this absolute, what he called the absolute best case possible, single direct crossover connection between two computers, surprise you?
I believe this still had a very low percentage of utilization. I would have to do the math again.
What would explain that?
Explain what?
What would explain his level of utilization? I quite honestly don't understand why he achieved it, and I have to do the math, but I think this was approximately a 50% utilization or something on that order. And it seemed considerably lower than he should have been able to achieve, and I don't understand what the causes of that were.
Have you ever tried this type of transfer?
I don't know if I have ever done a direct crossover. It's actually fairly hard to do because they're not designed to do this. But I have certainly done dedicated Ethernet hubs and have done it through switches in the past.
Okay, and have you transferred 1.5 gigabyte files over such a connection?
I don't believe I did that particular file size, no.
Okay, have you tested the efficiency of the transfer rate?
Yeah, I would have done it for the purposes of evaluating this type of hardware for efficiency.
Do you have any specific recollection of this?
No, I can't point at any particular examples.
Okay. Okay, take a look at paragraph 8.
For A?
8.
Oh, 8.
I'm sorry,
Excuse
yeah.
me.
And I'd like you to read through that. He's talking about the University of Massachusetts now. Mr. Craig identified himself as the network administrator and software specialist for the Department of Computer Science at the University of Massachusetts. So he's talking in paragraph 8 about the University of Massachusetts and the connections that obtained there.
To the extent that that's a question, I object to its form.
It's not.
Okay, well then, I suppose I thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, I would ask that Mr. Schumann review this, and then I'd like to ask you what parts of this, if any, you disagree with.
Okay.
Well, actually, I have an initial question.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, first, do you have any personal knowledge of any of the matters he discusses in this paragraph?
Personal knowledge. Any particular part of this paragraph you want me to
Sure,
address?
the types of connections used at the University of Massachusetts or at Harvard.
No, neither of those two schools.
Okay. And any personal knowledge of the effect on a college network of the kind of usage that a college network typically gets?
I have no direct knowledge of the usage patterns of dorm networks, college networks,
Okay.
or
And
usage loads.
okay. As to those matters that you, as to those portions of this paragraph that you have an opinion, can you tell me what you disagree with?
Again, if memory serves me correctly, his trial B, his time of calculated time of 7.5 hours to transfer 5 gigabytes on a 10 megabit per second switched Ethernet struck me as very low utilization for, as he describes it, ideal conditions.
Okay.
So to the extent that this paragraph uses that as the basis to further compound the times, I would not. It's not clear to me that It's not clear to me that the times he gave in B would be what is typically seen under those types of conditions. I have no reason to believe he didn't accomplish those, but it wouldn't seem to make sense, and thus the use of that to then extrapolate a particular instance into, quote, standard conditions, I would tend to take some pause to.
Okay. So, did you try to recreate this to see what results you obtained?
Recreate what he's describing, what Mr. Craig is describing?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Okay. Apart from that, do you concur that the ideal situations described in 4B, regardless of the time obtained, of a transfer between two computers over a standard local area network using 10 megabit per second switched Ethernet, will not exist in a college dorm?
That the ideal conditions will not exist? I don't know. Let me see. Let me look at his description. Your question was, is not relevant to an ideal to a college dorm?
No. Do you agree that the ideal conditions that he describes will not exist in a college dorm?
I would say he says they do exist in his description.
Okay, well then look in paragraph 8 where he says those ideal conditions will never exist in our dorms. Under even a moderate network usage, I estimate the file transfers of that size would take at least 2 to 3 times that long.
Well, I'm sorry, where are you referring to?
Right in the middle of paragraph 8.
Right, and I see what he wrote there, and I guess I can't correlate it to what he wrote in paragraph 13 of his supplement, where his last sentence says, note that this test is the most relevant for someone wishing to evaluate the situation of the typical college dormitory.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I don't understand how I should evaluate these two statements.
Okay. Do you agree that multiple clients attempting to download at the same time would swamp the source computer's network connection, as well as put a heavy drain on its CPU, memory, and disk bus?
Clearly, as we earlier discussed, a single port that is shared at the same time for more than one download or transfer of this activity, those resources would have to be shared in parallel. There's a finite pipe there, as there is a finite throughput from the computer. Now, there are, of course, multiple ways to overcome those limitations. But
okay, is it your understanding that in a college dormitory or college lands, that each bed in each dorm room has its own 10 megabit connection, Ethernet connection, that is not shared with anybody else? That pipe is not shared with anyone else's?
I would believe that port, and I would assume there is such a port, would go to a switched hub in a wiring closet and would not be shared.
And that switch hub would every bed in the dorm go to that switched hub?
Assuming every bed had one of these ports, there would be an equivalent other end to that cable on not necessarily that hub, but one of a series, or might be one rack or whatever of switch ports.
Okay, so say you had 100 dorm rooms in a dormitory.
Yes.
Okay, and there's 2 ports in each room.
Okay.
2 beds, 2 ports in each room.
Okay. 100 rooms.
100 rooms. So we got 200 ports.
Yes.
And it's a 10 megabit Ethernet LAN in the dorm.
To the rooms.
To the rooms.
Yes.
Okay, now if each room, the 2 ports in each room went to a switch,
Yes.
and that switch had a 10 megabit connection to call it the campus backbone.
Okay.
The connection from the room to the switch, under that hypothesis, that connection is a unique 10 megabit pipe from the room to the switch.
That's correct.
And it's unshared.
That's unshared,
Okay,
correct.
so the bottleneck, if any bottleneck, is at that switch where you've got 200 pipes coming into a switch.
The switch itself is not necessarily the bottleneck. It depends on the architecture of the switch.
Okay. Is it the size of the connection to the internet, the campus network?
Are you asking?
I'm asking what the bottleneck would be. If there is a bottleneck.
What's the? I'm sorry. I understand the architecture.
Okay.
I don't understand what. Can you describe to me where the
Okay.
computers are that are where's the data flowing?
Okay, you got 200 computers.
Yes.
And at any one time, let's say you got 50 of them operating.
Okay.
Okay, and some people are doing research, and some people are typing, and some people are on the internet, and some
Okay.
people are communicating with other dorms, and some people are communicating with labs so that they can do homework and stuff like that.
Okay.
And some people are downloading, and some people are uploading.
Okay.
And you've got a certain amount of traffic going through all the individual pipes,
Yes.
and it all comes together at the exit to the dorm. What kind of impact does that have on the speed of the connections achieved?
Yes. If all of the data has to flow through a single 10 megabit connection out to the rest of the campus from that dorm, and in fact, none of those machines are talking to each other, okay, then your bottleneck is that single port out to the other, out to the network, okay. If if in fact the network is designed that way, then you have a design flaw in the network.
Okay. Is it expensive to put in switches?
Not as expensive as it used to be.
Do you know how much a switch costs?
A 4-port or 5-port switched Ethernet hub can be bought at retail for less than $100.
And what about the switch, not just the hub?
No, that's what I'm talking about, the switched hub.
Okay.
I mean, in low retail volume, it's less than $20 a port. I'm sure in commercial volumes, it's $10 a port or less.
Okay.
It's basically very cheap
Okay.
relative to college tuition.
Or, for that matter, nursery school too.
Take a look at Chris Mosang's
Yes.
declaration.
You got to mark this.
Yep, Schumann 8.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, here, you need that.
Oh yes, Reimerdes, Minnesota.
Should we staple these together or something? They're related.
Well, let the.
No,
you,
oh, okay, don't worry about it. Okay, I just don't want to lose track. Okay. 8, got it.
Okay, have you seen this one before? Take a look at it.
Yes, I have seen this one before.
Okay, and what was your reaction to the transfer speeds?
Well, give him a chance to look at it. Takes much time, doesn't it? Off the record, Ed, I assume that he doesn't actually just work in a Kinko's copy shop.
He actually works in a Kinko's coffee shop.
Okay.
But he's assistant manager of technology.
In the Kinko's copy shop.
Yeah.
Got it. I won't even hazard to figure out how you found him, but
On the internet, are you kidding?
livid.
Okay. I've read it. I'm sorry, what?
Do you agree with paragraph 6?
I object to the form of the question.
I have no reason to believe he did not achieve these particular results, but it seems like a strange comparison.
Okay. Were you surprised by the results that he achieved set forth in paragraph 10? At the rates of transfer that he achieved?
In 10?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I have to read this. I'm getting confused. All the trials or just...
Well, trial 2 and trial 3.
Okay, L's the one with the DVD drive. Okay.
They both have a DVD drive.
Oh, okay. Can I do some math?
Sure.
I would say it appears to take longer than it should have.
Any explanation for that?
Well, interestingly, for trial 2, where he read the disc from the CD, his machine has a 2x CD drive, so the maximum possible rate he could be running is approximately 22 megabits per second. And in fact, in the scenario where he was doing the reading from a remote computer, he would likely end up paying a lot of one potential explanation is he could be paying a lot of seek time penalties because in fact the drive, because he's paying network delays and going to another machine, it's very difficult to set up an efficient stream in that type of environment. But in either case, the limiting factor there would not be the network, but rather the speed of the DVD drive, which was in fact 1/5 the speed of his network connection.
Okay, and is that the case for the trial 3?
No, that was not the case for trial 3. Again, that was the case for trial 2, if I understand his methodology correctly.
Okay. So would that explain the difference in results between trial 2 and trial 3? 16-minute difference in results.
It's not clear without doing a lot of detailed analysis of this environment. It's very difficult to make to know exact causes. Okay, but it's clear that the theoretical maximum there would be 22 something megabits a second.
Okay.
And it's highly unlikely you could sustain that given that environment.
And that's for trial 2?
For trial 2,
okay, that
correct.
comment does not apply to trial 3?
That's correct. I have no reason to understand why trial 3 took that long, because it's less than just shy of over, I believe, 11% of the theoretical bandwidth available.
Okay. Let me ask you, in paragraph 7 of your declaration,
Yes.
do you stand by the statement that a 5 gigabyte DVD disk image can be transferred over a 100 megabit per second Ethernet link in under 7 minutes?
Again, with the noted caveat as I did that I used in this example, so as not to confuse the issue, I used the same type of mathematics that have been used in both the deposition as well as the earlier affidavits from the defendants, where we were doing the math that was being used was based on essentially theoretical mathematical division of available bandwidth.
Okay, but that's not an accurate way to discuss the actual sending of DVDs over the internet, is it?
I object to the form of the question.
Fine, you can.
I don't believe you could find a way of there is no definitive answer to your question, because any transfer is highly dependent on 1,000 variables.
Are you ever going to be able to send a 5 gigabyte DVD disc over a 100 megabit per second Ethernet link in under 7 minutes? And on any college campus, on any university campus, or on any business network in this country?
I doubt you could achieve that efficiently. Maybe it's possible with the right parts of equipment. Again, I don't know. I have not done tests on this stuff recently. I don't believe there's any theoretical reason why you can't achieve very close to 100% efficiency. But
I'm not asking about theory. I'm asking, in the real world, can you ever achieve that kind of a transfer speed?
It's unlikely.
Okay, and if we're talking about the real users who you've identified as college and university students, is the likelihood or unlikelihood of achieving that kind of a transfer speed or speed of transfer affected by any limitation on uploading or downloading that a university might impose on its land?
No.
Okay. And are you talking about...
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last question?
Question okay, and if we're talking about the real user who you have identified as college and university students, is the likelihood or unlikelihood of achieving that kind of transfer speed or speed of transfer affected by any limitation on uploading or downloading that a university might impose on its LAN?
I should say not necessarily.
Okay.
Let's take a short break. I know you're building up a head of steam, but
Yeah,
Instead of 21 PM, we're going off.
we're rocking, man.
Time is 7:39 PM, we're back on the record.
Makes sense.
Question, and if we're talking about the real user who you have identified as college and university students, is the likelihood or unlikelihood of achieving that kind of transfer speed or speed of transfer affected by any limitation on uploading or downloading that a university might impose on its LAN? Answer no.
Okay, take a look at paragraph 8.
I believe that answer was modified, right?
Good, there was another question.
Answered before.
Answer no. Question okay, and you are talking about the witness. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that last question? Record read answer. I should say not necessarily.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That was the last
Sorry.
exchange, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. Take a look at paragraph 8 of your declaration. And you say, as may be already be apparent, the most concentrated activity in the unauthorized digital copying and internet transmission of pirated copies occurs among college-age students. Pirated copies of what?
I don't think I was specific here. I was referring to certainly to the widely dispersed knowledge of the Napster and the MP3 copies and that stuff. Again, I have, as we discussed previously, I have very little firsthand knowledge of movie piracy in that sense.
Okay, are you saying that MP3 files are pirated copies?
Not all MP3 files, no.
Okay. Okay, and with respect to pirated copies of movies, is it your testimony that you have very little firsthand knowledge of any pirated copies of movies being transmitted on the internet?
To the extent I answered
Okay.
that issue earlier.
And in fact, you have no personal knowledge at all of any, quote, unauthorized digital copying and internet transmission of pirated copies.
No, I don't believe that's what I testified earlier.
I'm asking you that. Do you have any personal knowledge at all of unauthorized digital copying and internet transmission of pirated copies of movies?
Of movies?
Yeah.
Of movies. I believe I testified earlier that I have had discussions and with people who specifically discussed having done exactly that.
Okay, of digital copying? I think what you testified to before was people who downloaded movies from the internet.
And sorry, could you help explain how you distinguish digital copying from downloading?
These people who made digital copies. I see digital copying. I'm reading unauthorized digital copying as something that people do. Do you know anyone? Do you have any personal knowledge of anyone making an unauthorized digital copy of a movie?
I object to the form of the question.
Just answer the last question.
I don't understand how downloading something cannot involve. I'm not aware of any content owner who allows. Or I take that back. In the instances I discussed, it was clear that they were not authorized downloaded copies, and thus they would have been unauthorized digital copying because the act of downloading is typically an act of copying.
Why is it clear that they were not authorized?
Because the individuals who I had this discussion with essentially said that they were free, they were unpaid for.
Does that mean that they're, by definition, unauthorized?
That by its definition does not mean it's unauthorized, no. But
Okay. And my actual question was, do you know of any person, do you have any personal knowledge of an individual making a digital copy of a movie?
But yes,
Okay. Who?
as I just discussed, the people I had the discussions with, and
Okay, I get what you're saying. Let me be more precise with my definition. When I say making a digital copy, I'm not talking about downloading. I'm talking about creating the copy that is uploaded and then subsequently downloaded.
oh, that's a very different.
That's why I'm
Sorry,
asking it differently. No, you made it clear that I was not clear enough, so that's why I'm restating the question.
I have no, right, in the definition you just said,
Right.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
And with respect to these individuals that you've talked to who have downloaded movies from the internet, in any case were these movies DVDs?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know what the source of the movies was?
I do not know,
Okay.
one way or another.
Okay. And what is the basis of the statement that, rather than restate everything before, apart from everything you said before, do you have any factual basis for stating that the most concentrated activity in the unauthorized digital copying and internet transmission of pirated copies, and let me add in of movies, because that's all we're concerned about here, occurs among college-age students?
You're adding the word movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apart from what we have discussed previously, no, I have no additional.
Okay. Okay, in paragraph 9, you talk about file share technology such as Nutella, iMesh, and Freenet. Now, just to clarify, your testimony is that of those various file sharing technologies, the only one that you've looked on for movies is Nutella. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you found on Nutella one movie that was described as being sourced from a DVD. Is that correct?
I looked on Nutella only for one title.
Right.
And in the results that were provided to me, I saw one entry that appeared to indicate it might have been sourced from a DVD.
Okay. But you didn't check to see if that were the case?
That, as I testified, I
Right.
did not download it.
Okay. And have... I think I asked this question, so I won't. Looking at paragraph 10, is DeCSS necessary to make a DivX movie? DivX movie, as we've used that term.
I object to this form.
DeCSS necessary to make a DivX movie?
Of a DVD.
Same object.
Do you have a particular DVD, and depends on the DVD.
Of a CSS DVD.
And by necessary, you mean it's the only methodology possible? No.
Okay. There are other rippers that can be used to decrypt a DVD before applying DivX to it. Is that correct?
I object to the form of the question.
There are other mechanisms by which one could get digital copies, as we have discussed.
Okay. In paragraph 11, what is the factual basis for the statement in paragraph 11, in the first sentence of paragraph 11? Apart from anything that we've talked about already.
The factual basis. I'm sorry, I don't. Or can you clarify the question a little bit? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Quite.
What are the facts upon which you base your statement that these file sharing technologies, Nutella, iMesh, the other ones you've listed, enable users to highly compress and transmit unauthorized copies of movies over the internet via broadband connections? Any single transmission to a single student on a college campus will then suffice as a ready source for proliferation throughout the entire community.
Okay. This is based on, as we discussed earlier, okay, that at some point, either at a dorm or at the entrance to the college or wherever, okay, you have a limited finite pipe,
Right.
which is much smaller than the combined bandwidth of even likely a fraction of the devices attached to the intranet of the facility. Okay. And so in that environment, what you do technologically, and what is apparently also done and is supported in the Nutella environment in particular, from what I saw of it, is that you bring a copy to a single device internally. Okay, then that device, for example, on a floor of a dorm that has a hub, now I no longer need to go through that single 10 megabit a second pipe out to the rest of the university, but now that floor can talk internally to itself. And so if
At 100 megabits, let's say.
at 100 megabits, exactly, and now say he can serve 3 people at once, well, the multiply, so now you put it on 5 machines, you can very quickly achieve sufficient bandwidth from with a very small number of machines once you are internal to achieve the bandwidth necessary.
Okay, and what's required for that? What's required for that is a sort of an internal Nutella as well, right?
No, I mean, there's many ways to move files internally.
Right, but to inform other people where to find the files.
Nutella's not necessary. It's convenient, but it's not necessary.
So how would a student in dorm A know that they could get a movie from the guy in room 12, using a high-speed Ethernet intra-dorm connection?
The guy in room 12 knows the guy next door and told him, hey, it's on my server.
Okay.
Here's the name.
Okay.
Go get it.
Now, you don't have any actual knowledge of the architecture of networks on college dormitories, do you?
I have no first-hand knowledge of how they're built. I have strong knowledge of how modern networks are built, and I have no reason to believe that dorms are built in any other way.
Okay, but you don't know.
Again, I have never built an internal college network, no.
Okay, and you've never reviewed one?
No,
Okay.
not firsthand.
Okay. In paragraph 12, what is the impact of these new technologies?
Well,
And I'm quoting the first 7 words or so, 6 words of the paragraph.
yeah, certainly you're free to read the entire paragraph before you answer.
Oh yeah.
Okay, right, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What's the impact of these new technologies?
The impact of these new technologies is that it makes it significantly easier, faster, and more convenient to trade or to share movie files, and also and/or allows them to be of higher quality.
Okay, do you have any evidence at all that this is actually happening?
Again, as we discussed, I'm not an expert on how widely these are used. This is a discussion of that the impact on the technology and the enablement of that capability is significant.
Okay, so what you're saying, when you say the impact of these new technologies, you're talking about the possibility that it can occur, not that it is actually occurring. And by that I'm referring to the transfer of high-quality DVD movies on
the internet. Okay. Which of the technologies were not publicly known at the time of the January 20th hearing?
I don't believe, and this is my own, I was not aware of any of the, I was not aware of DivX at that time. I was not aware of, I don't believe Napster existed, or was even, maybe it did exist, but it certainly wasn't widely reported or known, wasn't known to me.
Napster?
Napster.
As of January 20th, 2000?
It's possible it's there. I don't recall being, I mean, I wasn't looking for it, so I wasn't, I mean, I don't routinely go share this stuff, so.
Is it fair to say that by publicly known, you mean known to you?
I guess to that degree, in that case, yeah, I guess I would have used publicly known as known to me through my reading of as a reasonably informed member of this community.
Okay. Have you done any research to discover when DivX was first created and made available on the internet?
No, I have not.
Have you done any research on when Nutella or Freenet or Napster or any of the other file sharing technologies you've discussed were created and made available on the internet?
I have done some research into some of those technologies.
Which ones have you researched?
I looked at the origin. I looked at the origins of Nutella, Freenet. I think I looked at the origins of Napster, and certainly to some degree the origins of Rapster.
Okay, and when were these technologies created?
Again, I can't recall that offhand.
Do you have any documents that might about this research that you did?
I believe there is a document that I wrote that discusses this, but it was for a different client.
Okay, I would call for the production of that, and to the extent that you need to redact it to preserve the confidentiality of the name of the client and the nature of anything that's confidential, that's certainly appropriate. There's a confidentiality order in place as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. We'll take it under advisement, and I guess, I mean, I seem to recall reading this in the prior deposition, so it's not an original idea, but I mean, I have a list of certain other things that Mr. Garbus was interested in this morning, but and I know you guys are busy, but to expedite the process, if I can get a letter, it would. I mean, I realize that's difficult, and I'll certainly go with what I've got.
Thank you.
But I can't promise you that it's going to be that it's going to word for word match what you guys have asked for today.
Fair enough. Paragraph. Wait a second. What's the basis for your statement that file sharing of MP3 audio recordings was, until recently, confined to the fringe elements of the internet?
Where are you reading?
That's from paragraph 12, towards the bottom of the paragraph.
To be honest, I'm getting tired. I can't tell you exactly what caused me to write it that way.
Did you write this, or did Bill Hart?
Well, I directed the form, but you can certainly answer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you exactly. I know I wrote a fair amount of this portion of this as drafts.
Okay. In paragraph 13, why did you pick You've Got Mail?
I asked that same question.
There was no particular reason. It was it was a movie I had handy.
In terms of compression, in terms of compression technology, I should say, do you get a better quality image after compression with a movie that has mostly static scenes as compared to a movie with a lot of action scenes?
That depends on the compression technology. When it's an art form, but in general, motion requires a higher or a lower compression ratio to compress motion.
So a movie like The Matrix would be, straight that. A movie like The Matrix would have a lesser quality at the same compression ratio than a movie like You've Got Mail. Is that a fair statement?
No, not necessarily at all.
Okay, why is that?
Because motion does not equate to action. If you understand what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, based on your knowledge of these two movies, because you've, I think, testified that you...
Right.
Based on the...
Right.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. I object to the form of the question
Fine.
to the extent that there is a question, and I didn't hear one. But
Mr. Schumann understands, I think.
And you would have to analyze the two movies in detail to have any sense of that. Okay, but You've Got Mail has many elements that are in fact difficult to compress effectively. So, for example, the scenes where they're typing and the text is moving, okay, on the computer. Okay, that is, it's not action in the sense that Matrix has action, but there are many, many, many individual elements that are moving. Okay, and so you, as I said, you can't equate action as it occurred in the Matrix with compression. That yes, movement is what makes compression more difficult. Okay, but a scene of fog moving, okay, is in fact one of the hardest things to compress, but it has no action.
Okay, I understand that.
So I can't describe those two movies.
Okay, well, based on your knowledge of compression technologies, would you expect to get the same quality after you've applied DivX to a decrypted DVD version of The Matrix as you would a DivX decrypted version of You've Got Mail?
With what are there other constraints?
all things being equal.
Yeah, all things being equal.
I have no way of describing that one way or another. Don't have enough knowledge to give an answer on that.
Okay, in paragraph 16, we've talked about this a little bit. In paragraph 16, about the third line down, and feel free to read as much of it as you want to. You say there are a considerable number of DVD discs that are released without CSS encryption and can be and have been used in the development of a DVD player function. Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you talking about the 20-odd discs that you found?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you read Matthew Pavlovich's reply affidavit, which we can mark as Exhibit 9?
No, I have not reviewed this.
Okay. Let me ask you to take a look at paragraphs 3 and 4, just as by way of a little house cleaning, I guess.
Three and four?
Yeah.
Go for it. Okay, I've read 3 and 4.
Right. Now, in paragraph 3, Mr. Pavlovich addresses your critique in paragraph 13 of the June 1 declaration of his statement in paragraph 10 of his first declaration, and explains that there was a typographical error. As corrected, and as explained in paragraph 4, do you agree with what Mr. Pavlovich now says?
No. I object to the form of the question. You can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cam?
First of all, I don't believe he did more than fix a typographical error. So I don't agree that he just fixed a typographical error.
What did he do?
He changed the word unencrypted to encrypted.
Did he do anything other than that?
Yes, he did.
What?
He changed the latter part of the sentence. The previous sentence said would be futile, comma, due to the fact that there's no known player that can play from anything but a DVD disc. He changed that to read, due to the fact that there is no known player that can play a DVD movie from anything but a DVD disc.
Okay, was your critique of his first sentence based on the absence of the words a DVD movie, or the use of the word anything instead of a DVD movie?
And I guess it would be fair to let Mr. Schumann look at paragraph 13 of this declaration, if he needs to, before answering that question.
Sure.
I'm not even clear what this is. This is the second supplemental he's talking about. Right?
I believe my original issue was with the word unencrypted.
Okay.
Or encrypted. I discussed the issue of unencrypted.
Right.
However, without putting this statement back into context, cannot tell you what the impact is of adding the additional changes to the sentence.
Okay, how about his statement in paragraph 4? Do you agree with that?
In what in what sense?
Is that an accurate statement?
I'm sorry, accurate in what sense?
Is it true that
feasibility,
Yeah.
existence of such what method? I'm sorry.
Is it true that attempting to play the encrypted content of a DVD would yield errors because the DVD player application cannot, you can play the encrypted content of DVD files on a hard drive would yield errors because the DVD player application cannot decode the DVD movie data that is encoded, that is encrypted?
For a legal player, this paragraph is correct.
Take a look at paragraph 6, please, in which we discusses unencrypted movies. And while you're looking at that, why don't we change tapes? Thanks.
The time is 8:08 p.m. and this concludes tape number 3 of the videotape deposition. Robert Schumann.